Hello, everyone, and welcome to RHAP's coverage of Australian Survivor V Brawn II. I'm your host, Shannon Guss, here for another deep dive. We all live on the island. We've all been on brain camp for what might be up to 24 hours. Now, these are hours and minutes I am counting, and I think that that's fair because I'm like, if I get to 24 hours of deep dives, what happens? Do I get some sort of medal? Like, is someone sending me something? I don't know, but I'm very, very excited to get to that point, especially with the guest that I have, someone that a lot of people have been asking for a deep dive with. I definitely have wanted to get here, and with a little, time in between, went away for a bit. Now we are finally going to talk to this person who was such a big part of the season and the end game. It is Zara. Zara, thank you for being here.
Thank you so much for having me. I'm very excited and I can't wait to go through everything.
Yeah, I'm excited to go through it with you. How are you doing in the few weeks since the season has been over? Has life returned to semi-normality for you?
I think life has definitely returned to normality. It was a big start to the year, and especially going down to Sydney for the finale, all of us together catching up again. I actually met some of the players from my season that I had never met before, so that was fun for me, and some past players as well. So, yeah, but now it's all dying down, and we're just getting to go through all of our moves systematically. So that's really enjoyable as well.
Are you in Queensland?
Yes, I live in Brisbane. I am actually the only one on the island who was from Brisbane, which was unusual, I thought.
Yeah, I mean that's definitely like a disadvantage when people are making like the VB's alliance based on state. So definitely you want like that commonality. But there is such a good community in Brisbane. Like I think that you've hit the jackpot in terms of like past players. You've got what like Simon and Baden and like a lot of people up there. But yeah, your season was like very Victoria and Sydney focused, I feel.
Yes, so and that is how you know when you're not in an alliance, when it's called the VBs and you live in Queensland. So that was kind of a hint there. But yeah, I have absolutely hit the jackpot with the past players. So Mark from Titans v Rebels has taken me under his wing, and so has Simon from. So actually, I had to go and watch Simon's second season after meeting him because I hadn't watched it, which we'll get into with my Survivor fandom journey. But yeah, and I'm going to meet Baden soon, actually. He's been away. So it's a great little crew up here. And Karen's kind of an honorary member. We've got a Queensland group chat. I think it's called Bris Vegas Baby, actually. Thanks, Mark. But Karen's in it as well.
Yeah, of course, Mark. Oh my God, he's gonna never forgive me if which he is definitely, I'm sure, listening to this, especially in the first 2 minutes, and I immediately left him out, so I can only apologize. But yes, I mean, for sure, there needs to be like a beer and an alliance named for Brisbane on the island, 100%. But Zara, you mentioned it, like your fandom into the show. So how big a fan were you before going out? Did you know what rocks were before you went out onto the island?
I absolutely knew what rocks were. And so I will say I am, and I love that that's now your litmus test is who knows what rocks is and who doesn't know what rocks
Yes.
is. We also, Shannon, are given an entire list of the rules before we go out there. And my background is being a lawyer. So I, of course, read every single piece of information that that was given to me and made notes on it. I mean, I knew what rocks were before I went to the island. I knew them then. But my Survivor fandom started when Survivor first aired, which was in 2000. And yes, I really am that old. If you are 44, you can have watched Survivor since it first came out. And I watched the first season and it didn't make that much of an impact on me. I just kind of watched it and went, okay, that was interesting. But the second season, which was the Australian Outback, and that featured Colby, who I guess would be the equivalent to Kaylin these days, but I adored Colby and his journey. And he had an incredibly interesting and intricate top three moment where he really should have taken Keith with him and he chose to take Tina, and that lost him the game. And Tina bought him a motorbike. I genuinely can remember all of this. And I was still living at home then. And I said to my family, I am going to go on that show one day. I don't know how. I don't know where, when. I'm probably going to have to become an American citizen somehow. Maybe I'll do my uni in America. I just desperately want to go on that show. And it never really entered my mind. I always wanted to go on the American one. It didn't really enter my mind about the Australian one. But I then for whatever reason, I watched Titans v Rebels, and that was the first Australian Survivor show that I had ever watched. And it got to the end and it said, apply now for Survivor. And traditionally, I have run a marathon over the last couple of years. I ran the New York Marathon, I ran the Berlin Marathon. And my husband said to me, "Oh, I am so sick of going to places where you want to run a marathon. I just want to go on a holiday where I want to go on a holiday. So can you just not do one in 2024?" And I said, "Okay." And I thought, now I've got this free year. So I started writing out this application to Survivor. And I actually didn't tell my husband until I'd gotten quite a way through. So the application for Survivor is quite long. And I started writing this just willy nilly at night. And I got to the end and it said, upload your photo. And I uploaded a photo, and then it said to upload a video. And it was during school holidays, and I thought, oh God, I don't have time to make a video right now. I've got the kids around me. I just won't worry about it. So I just didn't send the application in. And then someone from Survivor emailed me and said, "We've read your application. We're really interested in you. Can you please upload a video?" And on the end, they put that quote, "You miss 100% of the shots that you don't take." And I thought that really resonated with me. And I thought, okay, I'm going to go and make this video. So I went upstairs to my shoe closet, which is always very impressive and people love it on Instagram. I put on a pink feather ostrich cocktail dress and went full glam, like hair and makeup. And I did this little kind of skit about my life. And I did it in one take. And my premise was, I've always done all these really interesting things in my life. I have done 3 degrees, but while I was doing these 3 degrees, I was doing cheerleading for the Broncos and Bullets. And then whilst I was doing it, I held up, the 3 degrees, and then I held up my pom poms. And then and then I was doing all these bikini competitions. I was Miss Hawaiian Tropic Australia. I came top 10 in the world. I was runner up Miss Indy. And I kind of held up all my sashes and put them on. And I said, "But what have I been doing lately?" And that's been focusing on my family, my husband and my 3 beautiful children, and held up a photo of them. And then I said, I would love the opportunity to do something interesting and amazing again for myself. So yeah, that was the video that I sent in.
So you had sent in the application with just a blank video space before?
No, I never submitted it. I've heard Karen's story where she sent in the
Oh,
corrupt file. So
yeah.
I saved the application with my photo, but I didn't submit it. And that was when they emailed me and
But then how do
said,
they see it?
well, they must have some way of viewing it whilst you're saving it, I believe, because I hadn't submitted
That's
it
not
at that
right.
stage.
Okay, that's absurd. Firstly, you should be able to just be, like, making drafts of your thing without them having access to it is the first thing. I think a lot of people just freaked out thinking that their drafts are, like, perceptible to the powers that be, and also, I didn't know that we would get people more mad than Karen's "I didn't even send a video," until we got to "I didn't even send an application." That is crazy. So, I don't know how people are gonna react, but I think it shows that, like, if they want you, because now we have 2 people from the same alliance, 2 great allies in you and Karen, who, between the 2 of you, submitted half an application of 2 and still got on the
Mhm.
show. So I don't know. I think it's be really interesting so that they're interested in you, but like there's a lot there. You didn't even send an application and then they came to you. And not only did they come to you, they then also gave you the like advice about taking your shot. Um that's not their job. Like, how much did they want you? Which is amazing, but also I've learned a lot about the application process in this conversation that is shocking to me and might be very, very shocking to many of the listeners and applicants of the show.
Well, there's definitely a saving device as you're going along, because it's a very long application form. And it took me, I'm pretty time poor, especially during school holidays with kids. And you save it as you go along. And I definitely did not submit it before putting this video in. And they also said to me that I was about to miss the deadline, because I think I had the deadline incorrect, or maybe Queensland had to submit earlier than other places because I was going to miss the deadline if I didn't finish it.
Okay, well, now we know why there weren't enough Queenslanders on the season. They all missed a apparently earlier deadline. But okay, I need someone to be testing out this save function. Like, just save it as a draft, but on your first question, be like, "Can you read this?" Like, put it in all caps. Like, "Are you watching me?" Maybe let me know your findings if anything comes back. But that is an absolutely fascinating look at the application process. So when you got in and they had like chased you so hard beyond even putting in an application to get on the show, how much time did you have and like what were you doing to prepare for the season? Because it feels like you didn't have a lot to do because this was in place of a marathon. So, like it seems like you were probably kind of ready for doing this.
Well, I didn't feel like they did chase me that hard because once I finished the application form, then I got show me what you've got now and come on this Zoom interview. And it was 4 days worth of options to schedule your Zoom interview. So I did that and I thought that went quite well. Like I just really spoke in that interview about like they were interested in the fact that I liked fashion and that I collect Birkins. And it was very much that train, I guess, materialistic things as opposed to what I had done in my life. And then there was a couple bit more back and forth, and then I got the call to come in person, and that was at a hotel in Brisbane. And I, up to this point, hadn't told my husband that I had even tried out, but it happened to be the meeting for me was 8:45 on a Monday, so he had to take the kids to school, and he was kind of like, why am I suddenly doing this chore? And so I explained to him that I said I've actually tried out for Survivor, and I think it's going pretty well. Like they want to meet me, so I'm like, don't panic though, because I have no idea. So that's why I didn't tell you. I don't want to alarm you. Who knows? I'll either get on or I won't. So I went and met them in person, and my in person interview was very fast. So I've heard, I think AJ's was really long. Some other people have said that it was quite long. I literally pulled my car up to the front of this hotel and said, "Can I just leave my car out the front? I don't know how long I'm going to be." And I went in. Ben was actually before me in the interview process, so he remembered me when we went out on the island. I wore the same pink cocktail dress so that they could remember me, I guess. And I just walked in, and that time they were really interested in this vice president of the PTA, which becomes my moniker out there. And I told a couple of really
It is
unhinged
great.
stories. Well, that actually was what I have been the vice president of the PTA of my kids' school. That was what I was doing at that time. And yes, in context, it does sound funny that I'm the vice president, not the president. There was lots of funny tweets and comments about why is she the vice president? Will there be a coup when she gets back and she's going to try and kill off the president and take the reins of that? But so that was really what I spoke about there. And I told some really unhinged stories about the other parents at private schools and mum groups and how that could all play out. And then that was really it for me. I just walked out, and I don't think it was any longer than 15 minutes. It didn't go for a long time. And yeah, after that, then it was just all the other stuff, the physical, the swimming, the this, the that. And they kept calling me and saying, okay, now we're down to 50 people. And it just kept getting lower and lower. And I just said to my husband, I think I'm going. Like, I think I've got this. I can't see why. And actually, in my interview at the end, they said, we've just put up on the Australian Survivor Instagram on our stories the theme of the season. Have you seen it? And of course, I didn't think to have looked at the Australian Instagram. So I said, no, I have absolutely no idea. What is the theme? And they said, it's Brains v Brawn. So we think that you would be a really interesting candidate. And which tribe do you think you'd fit into? Because you could do either. You've got the 3 degrees, but then you do marathon running and you're obviously super into fitness and health. And I said, I think I'd be a brawn, actually. And then they said, sure, well, you could do either, so we'll take that on board. And as I was walking out of the interview room, I went to open the door, and the door was really heavy. So I'm like, like struggling with this door, and then struggling to shut it on my way out. And I said to the lady, I was like, wow, that was really embarrassing. I've just sat there and told these people how I'm this super fit woman and how I should be on the Brawn tribe. I couldn't even open the door and let myself out. And then I actually started watching the Brains v Brawn season. Like at this point when I thought it looked like I was going to possibly get on. And I was watching that and I remember thinking, those Brawns are not my people. If I was in that situation, I would gel way more easily with the Brains. So I spoke to one of like my handler at that time and said, I think I've made a mistake. I said in my interview that I would be a great Brawn candidate, and I said I think actually I would want to be on the Brains. And he just said, I can't actually say anything, Zara, but you're fine. Don't worry about it. It's okay. And so that was what made me think even more, I think I'm definitely going. And I think I'm going to be a Brain. And then that's how it worked out.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, Australian
pre-season,
Survivor door openers versus not door openers it's not a great season theme, but it definitely is like a barometer of, well, not necessarily, to be honest. Like I think all of these brains could open the door. I mean, Kaylin was a brain, so Australian Survivor is mostly a group of door openers in general as well, I think.
yeah. But my pre-season training, I definitely upped going to the gym. I love going to the gym. I'm fit and healthy. So I focused on that and strength. I managed to put on 1 kilo, which was, I was proud of myself because I was worried about going out there and being starving. So that was an effort. But for me, the preseason training, a lot of it was about preparing my family to be able to be without me. So being a stay-at-home mum with 3 kids at private schools who are very active in absolutely everything, and I am, we joke in my household that my husband wouldn't even know where my son's school was if he hadn't in fact been there himself. Like it's all me. I had to plan out 54 days of the children being without me. So I was thinking about, oh, the twins are going to have book week in August. What are they going to wear? What book are they going to take? Like I had all around the house, everything set up for those 2 months of being away. And up the top of our house, I created a maze for my twins to walk around that was labeled 1 to 54. And there was a party bag every day with a big number on it that they could open. And it had like a little note and a little gift. And some days it would just be a little chocolate. And some days it would be like a Lego or a Barbie. And it was just little notes like, be your best self, and mum's thinking about you and mum loves you and all of that, so that they had a daily reminder that I was still thinking about them.
How
So
old are
yeah,
your
I
kids?
did. So my twins are 6. They're about to be 7 this week, actually, and my son is 11. So he's in grade 6, and the twins are in grade 1.
Yeah, because I spoke about it with Logan. Like there weren't a lot of parents and a lot of mothers out on the island. I mean, a lot of mothers from a Twitter perspective, but not from like an actual having kids perspective. So, I mean, how did you like how had you been away from them much before that, or like how did you kind of deal with that through your time on the island?
I mean, absolutely not. I had not been away from my kids very much. The twins, in particular, are kind of what I would call COVID babies, where there were those years when everyone was stuck in Australia, nobody was traveling. So my son, a bit more. My husband and I had gone overseas for trips and things when he was younger, but I think most kids around the world were pretty used to their family being with them all the time. Um, so how I dealt with it, I mean, I really tried hard not to think about it. I really tried to compartmentalize. And there would be moments where I would go down onto the beach and I would have like half an hour of kind of quiet time of just thinking about them and wondering how they were doing. But it's amazing how busy you are out there and you are so consumed with everything that's going on that it would have been a lot harder for them than it was for me, I think.
Yeah. Yeah. So okay, so the rest of your prep was mostly just around, yeah, like you watched Brains v Brawn? Did you watch anything else or feel like you needed to do more? Because the first Brains v Brawn is so different to this as well. Like production for the first Brains v Brawn was completely different. So I don't know if that would have prepared you. Like you must have been like waiting for like the really big twist to come, which they really like didn't do in the season.
I started watching Brains versus Brawn, and I think the fact that it was in the Australian outback as well, I thought this isn't really
Yeah.
relevant to what's about to hit me. So I then went back and watched Titans v Rebels very, very closely, like just
Yeah.
right from the beginning, making heaps of notes, being like, okay, they merged at this number, and then this was when Tribe Swap was at this number, and trying to really take note of that and take note of there's different personalities that were out there that I might come across, and which is all very useless because it's such a unique set of people for every season that I don't think that helped me very much. But I was trying to take note of the challenges and try and work out what would be helpful there. I probably should have paid more attention to the fact that I needed to learn how to throw. And yeah, so I also did some mental preparation with I know a personal trainer who does kickboxing and things like that. So she helped me a lot with thinking about. I was quite concerned going out there that I wouldn't be able to sleep, which ended out not being a problem at all. But she was helping me with like breath work and yoga and stretching and calming your mind. And I also wanted to know, because I am used to doing marathons, and you have a time goal and you can break marathons up very easily. So I wanted to know how to deal with challenges where there's no end goal. You don't know what the end is when you're hanging on a pole. It's just, I have to stay here for as long as I can before that other person drops out. So I wanted to know mentally how to deal with that. And she was just telling me to break it up into 15-minute increments and then start from the beginning and then be like, right, I just have to get to another 15 minutes and then cut that and start again. So yeah, things I tried to do: home life, physical, mental preparation, and then I mean, I very obviously have not watched a lot of Australian Survivor. So I found that quite overwhelming when I got out there. And I also will say, when I watch these things, I am a casual observer who I will watch the season of Australian Survivor. I don't read tweets. I don't go onto their, I'm not interested in who they are as people. I don't feel the need to hunt down their Instagram handles and be like, oh, she's a flight attendant in her real, like, I'm watching it for the show. I had never listened to a podcast before, not just a Survivor podcast. Like, I had listened to one podcast total. I was not a podcast person. Now I've listened to like 55,000 since being on the island. But yeah, so that I found quite confronting when I was out there talking to the Mileses and the Lauras and the Logans, who were all over every aspect of all of that, like that deep analysis of Survivor gameplay.
Yeah, I do think though, if you're gonna do anything, like you had good targeted prep because making like notes on Titans v Rebels is probably what I would recommend for your season. Like the same location, the same production. It had like the Zen Medivac threw off the numbers a bit, but it had like really similar like twists in terms of like where they were in the season. I think that that probably was like a good way to spend your time to do that. But it's funny how you said sleep wouldn't be an issue because I feel like if you're a parent, it's probably like that's your vacation. So I feel like in terms of that compared to having kids, but your kids are a bit older. But yeah, so getting to the island when you got onto a brain tribe that you felt would be more your people, what did you like? What were the kind of initial thoughts and relationships, and like where did you find that you sat at the very beginning of the game?
So when I first hit the island and met everybody, for the first day, I definitely was, talking to people, trying to feel people out. By day two, I thought I am in serious trouble here, like serious trouble. I thought I would be the first boot. I was thinking, I don't vibe with any of these people. I have nothing in common with any of these people. It was like being surrounded by 12 narcissists who didn't stop talking. The level, yeah, the level of talking was just, it was so far beyond what I could have imagined. And it was honestly like everyone was overexcited and at school camp. They wanted to stay up all night and talk. And, I was kind of like, I need to sleep. We are about to enter a challenge. Like, we've got all the time in the world to get to know each other. We don't need to do this in the first 4 days. We were all freezing, so that was definitely a consideration as well, where none of us could sleep. And so we were all up at all hours of the night anyway. But yeah, I thought that was my initial thought. On day two, I thought, I'm done.
Yeah. Well, you were surprised by the amount of talking, cut to getting into my, like, full day of deep dives with this tribe alone. So I think it definitely tracks that it was a tribe of talkers, definitely my people. I think, Miles has been saying, Karen's been saying on Twitter, maybe the yappiest tribe in Survivor history, and the deep dives are doing a really good job to try and prove that correct. But if that was your kind of initial assessment, that, because it's funny, because a lot of people, I think, on this Brains tribe felt very out. Like most of the deep dives I've done, like I think obviously Miles, there was validity to that, but like Karen, and if you felt, I think AJ didn't feel great. Like it's funny how out, and like those aren't even the first actual boots of the tribe. So clearly, like people didn't, there was some sort of like social center that people felt on the outside of. But when did those kind of initial relationships start forming for you? When did you kind of feel like you got your feet under you with those, initial relationships? Because obviously you're going to have Karen is going to be a tight bond. Like it's actually going to go very well with the Brains tribe. You're going to end up having, the Coven as an option, and then obviously what's going to end up becoming the Graduates, and that's most of the tribe at that point. So, how did you kind of see those priorities and those alliances being formed, and when did that kind of start to sit well with you for where you were in with the tribe?
So, my strategy going out onto Survivor was to find an island husband, as I like to call it. And I did call it when I was out there. And by island husband, I meant I was looking for someone who is like my husband here, like my actual real life husband. We always say about each other that we know that if for whatever reason something happened and the other person wasn't present, I can be confident that George would make the same decisions that I would not there. So we always say that's the basis of our relationship, is that full trust. They know what they're doing. If something happened with one of the kids and I was uncontactable, I know that he would make the same decision I would. And that's what I was looking for when I was out there, that like really solid number one who I knew would have my back and I would have their back. And I initially thought that was going to be Kent. I saw him for the week during the pregame when you can't talk. I was clocking different details about him. He was old. I could tell, obviously, he was older. He was my kind of age bracket. He rocked into the airport in a full Gucci suit and a Rimowa suitcase. So I was like, he's obviously, and he went out onto the island in a Armani jacket, and we had our entrance together where we stepped on a speedboat. And you obviously can't speak during these moments, but we're all writing details about what we think of each other. And I noticed on his sneakers that he had the number 11. So when I did get to ask him about that, I was like, what's the 11 on your sneakers? And he said, I'm born 11/11. And I was like, I'm born 12/12. And numbers are extremely important to me, and birthdays. And my son's actually born 11/12/13. Like, this is a big thing in our household. And so I was like, wow, this is like a sign. This guy's super into numbers as well. Say, the birthday duo, like, was what I was thinking. And that obviously disintegrated pretty quickly when I started seeing the way that he was interacting with other people around the tribe, and knew that that wasn't going to be a direction that I could go in for myself, particularly because he was very focused on his life success and money and speaking about money, and I'm a multimillionaire and all this sort of stuff. And any of that was directly what I did not want to be speaking about in my own life. I didn't want any sort of status or where you are coming from in your life coming up in Survivor. And that's a real theme for me, is that I wanted to steer away from that. And also, he had a very acrimonious relationship with Miles that wasn't really tracking with people. But yeah, when you're talking about money and how well you're doing in life to people who are 22, and some of them are saying that they're earning $400 a week and struggle, cost of living crisis is going on. It was falling on deaf ears, and I could see that was not it was not gelling. So I kind of went, okay, that's not going to be a great option for me. But definitely initially, I thought Kent and I were going to be mum and dad, and Karen and Kaylin were going to be our kids. I sort of formed this like mother-child relationship with absolutely with Kaylin, to a lesser extent Karen, even though I did call them my kids. But yeah, on day 2, Karen and I just sort of started talking, and she said to me, "So you know you're my number one, right?" And I was like, "Me? Like, really?" I mean, Karen had so many options of people that she could have picked as her number one, and for whatever reason, she decided to pick me, which was incredibly flattering. I was like, why is this hot, cool 20 something Sri Lankan doctor picking me when she was right in with the 20-year-old cool kids from Melbourne crew. She could have slotted right in there, but for whatever reason, she wanted to work with me, and that went extremely well for both of us.
Yeah, well, you ended up becoming kind of like the single mom of the graduates of like not as much AJ. Maybe AJ kind of stepped in there, kind of as like maybe somewhat of a dad figure. Not really. I don't know who AJ is. AJ is kind of just like the cousin, but like Miles and Kaylin and Karen without like the dad of Kent, because that didn't work out, and like that became like really kind of like a new age family structure for your alliance. So, I think one of the themes of the deep dive has been, now that we've spoken to the whole coven, is like, how did people see the coven as a priority or not? How did you see the coven, like when that came together? Was that like a priority for you, or was that, because Kara said it was more like an exit strategy, and then like Logan and Laura, I feel like were more, especially Logan, were like more focused on it. So how did you kind of see the relationships with the coven?
Yeah, so I mean, Karen and I will obviously go into our relationship more, but she was just my number one from basically day 2. We were inseparable from that point onwards. Logan, we're both mums, so we could bond about the fact that we had left our kids at home and our husbands, and how that was really difficult. And it was a lot of our why as well, as to why we were out there. We want to do something for ourselves. It's time for us to be the star of the show, or the hero of our story. So we had that. And then Laura and I mean, I would say that I found her incredibly frustrating at the start. You see us bumping heads a lot. So the coven, I think, when it first formed, Karen and I walked off, which obviously they don't show, and we both were like, ugh, how long do we think that's going to last? Like 1 vote, 2 votes? We'll just use this as and when we need it, and then we are absolutely going to be looking for other spiderweb relationships that we can rely on. And I think it was just 4 incredibly strong, independent women trying to work together. And I mean, we know as well that it just fell apart because of the other people that we were close to. When the 4 of us then had 4 other people that we were close to, but they were all 4 different people, that became an issue, because then who are you going to end up voting out? So I think Karen and I were coming from a very similar place, where the coven was never going to be a priority for us, but we were kind of like, okay, well, this is good. At least they're talking to us, unlike Rich and Max.
Yeah.
So
So
that,
like your
yeah.
other option, a lot of the time, I was AJ. We heard, when was that kind of building up with AJ in the background?
AJ and I definitely started talking on about day 2, and Karen and Kaylin were very close, and AJ and I had a great a first interaction with each other, and it just really built from there. And then the 4 of us were quite tight at the start, and it just became more and more important when I came to realize that being in the coven, it just wasn't really an alliance, because Karen and I kept saying what we wanted, and it just kept getting pushed to the side and pushed to the side. And I just had this moment where I said, this is not an alliance. This is technically basically just Laura getting what she wants all the time and using the rest of us to get what she wants. So I want to be in an alliance, and I want to be talking and working with people who are going to listen to me and communicate with me. And I think AJ and I just had that from day 2. We both communicated really well together. We would go back and forth, and it was never him wanting to do something or me wanting to do something. It was like a meeting of the minds. So that's what I was looking for. And AJ has said out there, actually, I called him my island husband quite a lot. It just got taken away from me when then Karen and him got in a divorce, and then I ended up being the child. And I was like, oh, I don't want to be the child in this very strange relationship. So Yeah.
Yeah. I feel like you became like a bit of the family therapist, especially when you came back onto that swap tribe and AJ had said like how you were like a godsend to like get him out of his mess. And I don't know how akin to marriage that is, but like maybe to some degree we have to like help each other out of our messes. So like, not the stepdad for AJ, but the dad who stepped up in this graduates alliance once Kent was not going to be the father figure you had envisioned for your island kids. And I feel like this is now the structure. Maybe he graduated. He wasn't a cousin then, but he graduated for whatever he was meant to be, ironically, good term, to being the stepdad or the dad of this group. So how did you kind of see it in those first couple of votes where, a lot of the kind of bottom feeders of the brains are going to go like Miles as the target, Indy blows things up with a coven group that it must be frustrating that she's going to blow up a coven group you don't even feel that attached to. It's like I'm getting all the heat for a group I'm actually not even really relying on. And then obviously Kent, um, you have kind of spoken about how that devolved for you personally, and we've seen it kind of how it devolved for the tribe. But did you have kind of any particular focuses or priorities on these first couple of votes, or did were you happy to just kind of keep the relationships that you had and leave these other people to go home in that sense, and have you kind of progress through the game there?
Well, you think when you're out there that at the start you just are going to be thinking anyone but me, but with Indy, that was a catastrophe for me. I really did not want Indy to go. The one thing I did not want is the older woman who is seen as being less physical to go. And I actually, on a personal level, had spoken to Indy quite a bit, and we'd kind of bonded. She told me, like quite deep things for early into a relationship, and had sort of been through some things that were going on in her life before she came out and how she was handling that. And all of that led to me thinking that I wanted her around. And she seemed not that interested in engaging at the start, which is also a strategy. So I thought she was kind of happy to, be building the huts or weaving or doing things like that. And that she was just happy to let the rest of us have at it. And then she would come in later. But I knew that she had gone and told Rich that he was going to be next on the chopping block, but I hadn't actually seen it until I watched it on TV. So even on that vote, when Laura had incredible power at the start there, and she completely flipped that vote from Miles onto Indy, I still, even after she had said, "Oh, Indy went back and told Rich everything," I still said, "That's okay." I still don't want her to go. I think, maybe she made a mistake, or is it really that bad? And I didn't understand how much she had really, kind of stabbed us in the back and gone directly to Rich and told him everything until I watched it on TV, to be quite honest. But when I was out there, I forgave that. I thought it was a terrible move voting Indy out. I was like, we're weakening our power from a gender perspective. It personally, I felt like I had a relationship with Indy, and so did Karen. They got on quite well. And I felt like I just didn't want an older woman who wasn't that much of a physical threat to go. I thought that's going to set a really bad standard of what we don't value here. So yeah, it was a very bad tribal. We liken it to the Real Housewives of Samoa. We all got very fired up and very in our feelings, and we were all going back. And it really, for us, it exposed that the girls were all together. The way we were sitting in tribal, all the girls were here, all the boys were here. I don't even really think the boys said that much at that tribal. It was just all us going at it. So yeah, and then the hat business, which was just bizarre as well. So Kent saying that he had burnt Max's hat, just coming totally from left field. we were all very surprised at.
Yeah. Yeah, and I'm sure as well, knowing how you feel about fashion and accessories, someone burning a hat must have also felt like a personal affront. So as well, it's like, Kent, don't we? Well, I guess maybe if Max's hat wasn't like designer or like super nice, maybe that maybe wasn't as bad. But so were you kind of like happy to see like a Miles go at that point? Like, had you started much of a relationship with Miles? Obviously, this is a relationship that's going to be 46 days. You'd barely spend any time without him in the entire game. Were you kind of happy for him to be a target in those early days?
So the first interaction that I had with Miles is that I was standing on the path and he barrels up to me and he's like, "How much do you know about Survivor? You know, da da da. What have you watched? What do you think about everything? Do you know what's going on? Da da da. I've watched this and da da." And I was like, "Whoa, okay." And he said, I really actually want to work with you because traditionally in Survivor, the old lady goes really far. And I was just standing there and I'm like, who are you calling old? Like, this is the first time I've spoken to this kid. He's calling me old. He's saying that basically that he is going to drag me through to the end and I'm going to be this great partner for him as the old lady that kind of no one will suspect. And I'm so sad that they didn't show that on the show because it was a really formative moment for Miles and I. And it came up the whole time because every time I was doing something that was amazing or great, everyone would be like, "Oh, JLP, like look at the old lady go! Like, Miles has called her an old lady, and look, she's standing on the pegs and doing well." And it was really funny. So, I mean, I would not have been fussed at that point if Miles had gone home at all. I hadn't had many interactions with him. The ones that I had weren't good. He was absolutely digging his own grave, standing around the fireplace, talking strat chat like 100 miles an hour constantly. Kent and him had this very bizarre relationship where it was making everyone very uncomfortable. Kent, for whatever reason, just Miles seemed to irritate him, and yeah, it was not a great vibe. So it really wouldn't have bothered me at all. Oh, and back on the hat, I just have to tell you something funny. When I did meet the Queensland crew and met Simon, I was talking about Kent with this hat and saying how I had really wanted to work with him and I found it really disappointing. And I was like, I just don't understand what he was doing. Like throwing a hat in the fire, like that's dinosaur behavior. Like who thinks that's going to be a good move? And then Simon's kind of going, yeah, as if you'd throw a hat in the fire. And so I had no idea what he was talking about. And Karen said, "You really have to go and watch Simon's season, Zara, now properly before you start like kind of saying all this bad stuff about throwing hats in fires and things." So yes.
Yeah, it was more admitting to it that I think was, the crazy thing. Because I do think, look, heroes versus villains. I said watching Titans v Rebels would be helpful. The heroes v villains would be helpful too because it looms so large for the contestants. I mean, we also had hostage stuff in that season. Like I think a lot of people were taking from what they had seen in that season and kind of making it their own. So for sure. But I mean, look, I identify with Miles talking a million miles per hour, barreling up to people and asking how much they know about Survivor. Definitely it makes sense for me, but certainly maybe not from a strategic standpoint. But at the point where Kent is going, then obviously there are some things happen behind the scenes where like AJ wanted Logan and like then Logan wanted AJ and then Kent at that point probably spoke for himself. Was there anything else there in that vote about how you were seeing it and how that, you wanted that to go when Kent went home?
So AJ going for Logan was a disaster. Like I couldn't believe this guy. Like I couldn't believe he had such a bad read on people at that stage. And for me personally, I'm supposed to be in the coven. Like my other relationships with AJ and Kaylin that I'm trying to foster on the side, I was really trying to keep on the down low. So Logan, Laura thought that Karen and I were very coven strong. And when we were going into tribal, Logan was with Max and she turned to me and she said, "Did you know that AJ's been putting my name out?" And AJ, of course, had come to Karen and I and said, "How about we go for Logan?" And Karen and I were like, "No, that's a terrible idea. Don't know." Because as I said before, Logan at least was talking to us. For Karen and I, Rich and Max were the people that we want to go on because they like I say Rich and Max to me, they just did not engage with me. They didn't engage with me on a personal level. They treated me like an NPC, like just I don't even know, like an avatar on the beach that was just like, why is she here? Like I don't understand it. Everybody has a vote, so I don't think it's smart to immediately shut off people. But they weren't interested in me. I had nothing to offer them, which was so interesting for me going out there because you never think. I was always thinking that I wanted to be really careful not to shut doors But what do you do when someone shuts a door on you straight away too and doesn't, just doesn't even want to acknowledge you? So when AJ tried to go for Logan, I said, absolutely not. Like, at the very least, even if I don't want to work with her long term, she's engaging with me. We're bonding, we're talking, we are strategizing, we're trying to work things out. So Logan and Max said to me, did you know that AJ has mentioned Logan's name? And I said, oh, no, I don't know anything about that. And Max then said, I've already told Logan that you knew about it. And I thought, oh, this is very bad for me. This is bad because Logan is going to be really upset with me that I didn't, hear my girl's name and like come running straight back to her like Ali did. Logan would have expected that behavior from all of us, but I was trying to protect AJ and I just had to immediately shut it down. And I didn't think it would go around the camp as it did. So yeah, I said to Logan, oh, okay, I did know. I just didn't want to tell you right before tribal because Logan has the capacity to go off. And I said, I was going to tell you, I was just waiting until we got back to camp to tell you. I just didn't want to tell you right now, which of course was a complete lie. So I think that was like the first step that made Logan wary of me because she knew that I knew this information and I hadn't passed it on to her. And from the perspective of AJ, we had this very awkward beach conversation the next day together that was not shown because I just thought he was a fool. I couldn't believe that he had such a bad read on people. I was saying to him, how could you try and get out Logan and the person that you're trying to, the people that you're trying to corral are Max, who is, they are so close, and Ali, they are so close. I was like, could you not see this? Like, what? How did you think to go to them and try and get out Logan? And AJ and I was sitting down, and he said, yeah, I really messed up. I just missed all those social cues, and maybe you've got things that you're really good at that you could help me with, and I've got things that I'm really good at that I could help you with. And we have this kind of really odd conversation, and both of us just walk away going, okay, we're going to work on that. But I wanted to distance myself from him after that.
Okay, so where did that leave you? Because if you're distancing yourself from AJ, but the coven, we've seen the coven now, like this is when you're going to have like a lot of big discussions about how you really want to vote out Rich. And it does seem like that was what was happening. Rich was going to go home here if it wasn't a non-elimination, but not without, some growing pains, I guess, of the coven and like getting through this. So how did you kind of see that coven relationship going into the tribal council where Rich would have gone home? What are your perspectives on, your game at that point and the relationships? Because I feel like the coven's like really, really stretching itself at this point, and your other options apparently have their issues as well. So how did you see it at this point in this vote where Rich was going to go home and it became a non-elim instead?
Yeah, so there was a lot of interesting dynamics that had played out before that, where Ali had gone over to the Brawn, and that whole challenge, the mud challenge, was interesting to watch from the mat when Logan got so upset that she couldn't go and get her hair did, and she was crying, and then Jesse kind of said, oh, why don't we take the crying girl? And Noonan said, absolutely not, we're not taking the crying girl. So it's all these interactions that you're watching. So that made me quite wary of Noonan. And I thought, that girl is over there running that show because she just stamped out everybody else's options and said she wanted to take Ali. And Ali going over there, the whole dynamic was very strange. They did this thing where they gave Ali all these fake professions that they had, and she came back and told us all the fake professions that the Brawns had told her to tell us. So it would be like me saying, oh, I'm not a stay-at-home mum, I'm a professional boxer. It was really weird, strange professions, and Ellie came back and told us all these things that they had said they did. And the fact that Ellie went over there and gave them so much information about the coven was alarming. So that going on, that was all, it was all just a worry. And I think it just became time. Like Karen and I felt that we were owed our due. We were kind of like, we've been sitting here saying this man's name, Rich's name, over and over again. You keep placating us. You keep not giving us our way. We're putting our foot down here, and it's time for him to go. And yeah, Laura had this way about her with me in particular, where she'd be like, I really, really value your opinion, and I'm really, really listening, and I really, really respect everything that you're saying, but no. And I'd be like, this can't go on. Like, I have to dig my heels in here, and he's got to go. I understand that he's your number one, Laura, but he's not. You know, she kept saying he's so great. He's giving us all this information, and he's doing this and he's doing that, and I said no, he's not giving us any information. He told Karen and I before Kent went that we were going to be the split vote when we were out in the like deciding that Kent was going to go home. He was like, "Yep, Kent will be going home, but you guys are going to be the split vote, okay? Are you okay with that? Like, that's fine, isn't it?" And Karen and I are like, "Is this guy kidding? Like, who would volunteer to be the split vote and be happy with it and have it told to their face? Like, that's no, we were not there for that." So I just think the priority was getting Rich out and then working on these other relationships that we had outside the coven, because Karen and I were just realizing that it wasn't working for us. And also, I think Laura technically getting her own way when Rich didn't go home. I mean, that was great for her, but she was so happy about that and was probably a little too happy for us to be able to stomach it very well. I mean, it was good in the fact that,
Did you?
yes, we said, oh, sorry.
Oh no, I was just gonna ask if you had any, because I think that's what it was. Like you were happy to send Rich too, right? But you just didn't want her to be as happy about him having stayed as she was.
Yeah, and also it's like trying to take a kill shot and you miss. He's still there. I mean, yes, we got the relief from him in that we were able to build up our other relationships without him kind of he was very domineering around camp, and just it really was, you know, we've sort of spoken about why the graduates formed. It was like they were the cool kids, and it was like Revenge of the Nerds is how the graduates had to form, because you know, we were like the misfits. And Laura has even said that there was this moment where she was looking across the camp and she saw us all talking, and she went, wow, I think that that's actually an alliance. And the reason that Miles even came into the graduates at the start was because Rich, Max, Logan, and Laura were talking together. And then AJ, Karen, and I and Kaylin were standing by the well all talking together. And Miles kind of comes, you know, traipsing down the path. And he was like, oh, can I join this conversation? And I said, well, that depends, Miles. I'm like, it's us or them. And he said, oh, I don't even really understand who us or them is. And I said, well, that's them over there, like the VBs. The four of them are together. And then there's the four of us over here. So you're either with them or you're with us. And he was like, okay, I pick you guys, I guess. So that was how we got our fifth member. And then, of course, we said to Miles,
well, I mean, definitely.
yeah. I said to Miles, great, okay, if you're going to be with us, we need to think of a name. And I know you're going to be really good at that. So that's how he named us.
Yeah, okay. If it's an alliance of outsiders, someone who's so outside that they don't even know what the dynamics are to be outside of, certainly I think fits more into your group into the other group, who also, to be fair, will be calling him like a jungle rat soon. Like Miles, you know, in energy for sure, certainly fits into what became the graduates. But I do love a good Revenge of the Nerds storyline, something that was also a big theme of Titans v Rebels, and which is always like a fun pop cultural / survivor story staple, I think. But so at the point where Rich is going to the other tribe, was there anything else to be done there? Like, were you just like, again, the kill shot misses, but was that like a best case scenario to also like keeping all your numbers on side for that actual tribe? Or did you have anything else you wanted to happen there? Like Ali's thinking maybe she will go. AJ put his hand up at a point where you kind of just happy for it to be Rich as like a best case scenario at that point?
I think so. I mean, sending Rich got him out of our hair. The fact that Ali wanted to go, I think, showed us how much she actually wanted to go. She wanted to be a Brawn. She was more than happy to go over there. AJ putting his hand up was just kind of absurd. We all just were like, be quiet. That's not happening. And yeah, I think that it really highlighted it for us, the fact that Ali was willing to be sent over there. So Rich was the best of the options. I didn't want to go, that's for sure. I was happy with my relationships where they were and wanted to keep working on them over here. And I just like the Brawns over the other side were very intimidating. They were very physical. You could see that. I thought better the devil you know than trying to go over there. It really didn't enter my head as an option for me to go across. So yeah, and the fact
Yeah.
that Rich was getting an
Yeah.
advantage, I thought it would be an idol. So even that, I just thought, oh, well, he'll just save himself for one tribal council and then they can deal with him after that.
Yeah. So in terms of like where this is going to go, because this is such a massive vote where Ali is going to go home. And so firstly, what was your relationship with Ali specifically? Like, had there been anything there just like with the women before she had started like talking to the Brawn about stuff? Was there never a relationship there? And then also, how did things kind of shift for you? Did it kind of speak for itself, as you said, these kind of outsiders forming together and the group coming together, and like how much the coven had had their issues to this point, because like at least the coven was about to vote out Rich before the non-alum saved him. So like actually like with difficulties there had been compromise to the point that Rich was going to go. So how did your priorities shift in this moment, and how did that for you kind of coalesce onto Ali of all people in this other group? Did you have kind of an idea of other targets? Obviously, like as you're saying, like a Laura, a possible Max. Max is also going to have the advantage. So a lot happening in this tribal council, but where did you kind of see things shifting to this really important group of the graduates that are going to have this really important win? How did you kind of see all of that?
So I get another problem with the fact that Laura got to send Rich over was she had said before we went to tribal council, before we knew it was a non-elim, okay, I'll give you Rich. You have to give me AJ next. Like if Rich goes now,
Right.
AJ's next on the chopping block. And I said, absolutely. Like the amount of times that I said I would vote AJ out in this season, I would love a tally. And obviously it never happened. So I was like, sure, if you give me Rich, I will give you my number one in return. And so that became problematic because she came calling, like she'd used her social capital giving me what I wanted, which as I said was a kill shot that didn't hit. And then she's like, okay, well, you've told me now that it's going to be AJ. So I think that's when everything crystallized, and Karen and I had just decided that these guys were going to be our best path forward. So for Ali and I specifically, Ali was a very camp life orientated player. She liked to tend the fire. She was all kind of about that as opposed to strategy, because when people ask, oh, but Ali was in the coven, Ali was in the coven, like she wasn't. It was us four girls, and she just kind of came down at the end and said, I've not really been paying much attention. I don't know what's happening. Can you please just tell me what's going on? So we were like, yep, okay, it's the girls. This is what's going on. This is what you have to do. It wasn't a meeting of the minds or an exchanging of ideas. She just kind of came in at the end. She also was having a very acrimonious relationship with AJ. Like it was bad. They, for whatever reason, butted heads. And at the start, before we came in, I thought Ali and AJ were going to be a power couple. I had them pegged as gravitating towards each other based on nothing but just the way that just looks. And I thought, for whatever reason, I thought the two of them would bond together. And they had this massive fight down on the beach, and Laura and I were actually standing at like watching them, and we went down and said, Ali, are you sure you want to keep doing this? Like, how about we have a break? And they were like, no, we want to keep yelling. And Laura and I were like, oh God, I hope this gets shown, because we're just standing there like just weird stalkers watching this all play out. So I also, Ali had knowledge of Brisbane. She was a teacher and she'd worked at my school. And as I've said, I didn't want anyone having knowledge of my life in Brisbane. I didn't want people knowing where I'd gone to school. When I said where I lived, I didn't want people going, oh, okay, I know what sort of a suburb that is. I didn't want I didn't want to have to lie, but I didn't want questions about where my kids were at school and knowing sort of the lifestyle that I lead back home. So an added bonus of getting Ali out was getting rid of any connection to Brisbane that, she could potentially say things about me. And yeah, I mean, I think the only downside for us for getting Ali out was that it was what Rich wanted. That was the only thing that made us think maybe we shouldn't do this. But there was also, when all
Yeah.
that was going, yeah, that was what made us not happy. At that challenge as well, where Rich passes Max the note, the advantage. That was when we found out that the Brawn had got their letters from home. So I as well, like, the first question, of course, was to me, JLP, saying, "Hey Zara, how do you feel about the Brawns getting their letters from home?" And I absolutely disintegrated, and so did Logan next to me. And I think that's probably why they didn't show it, because it was just heart wrenching. Like, both of us were just in puddles. And I went into that challenge and I was like, I was just so angry and upset. And I'm like, oh, F this, F that, and stomping around the jungle. And I was so focused on the fact that that had happened. And I was watching Rich and Max interact during that challenge, and I saw the parchment going over, and I could hear Rich kind of going, bomb squad, all this sort of stuff. But I wasn't as focused on it as, because I was upset. I was very upset about finding out that I didn't get these letters. And so when we all went back to camp, Max was like, I've got an announcement to make. And I'm like, I've got an announcement to make, actually. So be quiet, please. And I said, I'm really sorry for crying like that, because that's where my head was at. I was really embarrassed. I didn't want to cry on TV. I didn't want to, it was just bothering me that my family was eventually going to watch me crying on TV. I didn't want the other players to think I was really weak. It was 10 days in, and I thought, oh, they're going to think, wow, this chick's already crying, and it's 10 days. She's never going to make it. So I was very focused on that element, like kind of tidying up my image. I thought I'd damaged my image a bit with the teariness and all that sort of stuff. So I definitely wasn't as focused on Max and what he was doing with that advantage.
Right. So going into that vote, like you have Ali as the target, you're gonna get it, the graduates are all coming together. Was the only kind of question mark for you at that point around Max's advantage? Did you feel pretty clear about like Kaylin as an example? Because obviously both sides think they have Kaylin. Like with Max, all things being equal, did you feel like you had the numbers? And then also, how does your fear of an advantage and what Max is going to do work into that? Because it feels, I mean, at a point, like Laura's, I don't know how much you knew this, but Laura was targeting you, let alone Miles as a target for this new like majority group that you formed. So kind of how were you looking at the trepidation around what could happen at that vote?
I think everybody's name gets thrown out over the course of the 24 hours, or else you're not playing Survivor effectively. So, although my name got thrown out, I think when it doesn't convert to even one vote at Tribal Council, you kind of can see that it wasn't really very serious. And I probably said everybody's name during that 24 hours as well, because you are like weighing up all the options constantly. What about this? And what about that person? And are they getting too close to that person over there? And is that going to be dangerous for us? And should we think about, they obviously said, should we think about Zara? But I don't think it had any follow through. And I always said when I was out there, if you don't have any soldiers, it's not a plan. It's just you throwing names up in the air. So that's all I felt that was. But I didn't know about that until I saw it on TV. But I didn't really take it too seriously. But it really was Karen and I making a stand. I felt very confident with the boys by that stage. I felt like we had built our relationship, and Karen and I were like, this is it. We are drawing a line in the sand. These are our people that we want to go forward with. And you see Karen in the tribal council saying, it's graduation time, and we're going to graduate, and all this, and we're all like nodding like, yeah, this is it. But it was our big coming out party that just got absolutely rained all over by Max. But I had no idea that Max was thinking about sending anyone out of tribal council apart from himself and AJ. And that was when he did his big declaration of war against Miles. His big, this is the jungle rat and the jungle cat. And like, I'm shocked. I can't believe that this is the hill that he's prepared to die on, is this stuff with Miles. So I mean, I believed him. I thought that was what he was doing. I thought he's a big show pony. This is his moment, and that's what he's decided to do. Again, I was never part of anything he was talking about. He never strategized with me. He never spoke to me about anything. So if that was what he had told me he was going to do, that's what I thought was happening. I thought
Yeah, and I
AJ
mean that would
and
have yeah, because that would have worked fine too. I mean, as long as he was just taking out one person from his side, whether that was Alora, whether that was himself, it still would have left you with the numbers which it did. It allowed some element of what ended up happening of like actually subtlety, because it kind of looked like this like faux bomb squad hit on Ali rather than necessarily like this whole big, as you said, coming out party of the graduation, other than your vote. And we see you come back, and I don't know if you had just watched that Brains v Brawn moment where Kara says she cooked it, and if you were channeling that on purpose, because you do use the exact same language. So it kind
thank
of,
you.
I think
Yes.
you didn't seem, yeah, you didn't seem to think you would have as much subterfuge as you end up trying to have, in terms of coming back and lying about it. So how did you see how that voted went, and coming back and saying to Logan and that it had been a mistake, like the graduates you were hoping to be, I guess, more underhanded than it would necessarily have been had it been this like big strong 5-4 vote, even though it feels like they probably did see the writing on the wall for your group. So how did you kind of look at how that vote had gone and how you were coming back from it in that moment?
So, I mean, it worked out beautifully. Like, what a treat not having to reveal the graduates. I think it would have
Yeah.
been a really cool moment if we did, but the fact that we didn't have to reveal that we were all together was amazing. And I was like petrified at that tribal when Karen left. I'm like, oh, not my bestie. Where you going, bestie? I'm like, come back. Like, it never entered my mind, and I did not understand it either when Max sent Karen and Laura. I was like, what is he doing? I couldn't understand what was going on. And I was sitting next to Max as well. So during that tribal council, we were talking quite a lot, and I was talking to I was talking to AJ, and after they left, like just kind of mouthing to him and saying, like, we're still doing it, right? Like, we've still got the numbers, like we can still make this happen. And Logan, I could see, was just absolutely furious. She was just almost shaking with rage over here. Um, but yeah, we just went forward, and as soon as I had done it without Karen, I just started thinking, what am I going to do here? Because I was petrified that I was just going to get the vitriol from the coven. And when we got back and everyone sort of started going through their votes and who had voted for who, and Miles said to me, just say it wasn't you. And I'm like, how? Like, there's not that many people here. People can count, and we all know each other's writing. I can't really say that it's not me. And he said, yeah, just own it. Just stand in it and be like, nah, it wasn't me. And I had just watched Kara, and I thought, if anyone's kind of the same age bracket and could be accused of, maybe messing up or maybe freaking out, like, it's me, right? And I also was like, our names even rhyme. This is just great. It's going to be Kara 2.0, but it's going to be Zara. So I thought, I'm just going to say that I messed up. And despite the fact that Logan and Laura say they didn't believe me, I think what's really important in Survivor is, even if they didn't believe me, they then knew that they didn't have the social standing to say anything to my face. And that's what's really important about the narrative. And, like, they had to let me get away with it. They just had to eat it and be like, okay, no problem, Zara. Yep, we accept it. You panicked, you messed up. Don't worry about it. And then the five of us graduates were just standing over together going, wow, we did it. Here we are. Let's go.
Yeah. Those would have been the good times. Like you're about to be swapped to a very unfortunate situation with the brawns, but like had you been
Oh
able
yeah.
to stay with the brains a little bit longer, like the five graduates had the power at that point. Do you see it that you would have been taking out a Laura there? Because yeah, even the other deep dives have said that it probably looks like a Laura. Laura said on her deep dive as well. Just hearing that in the deep dives, like made her stomach drop that it could still happen. It's like even though she's out of that situation. So is that how you kind of saw? Like, how did you see the rest of what would have been like the graduate reign going had you not immediately swapped into this like very unfortunate position?
Dire position swapped into. Yeah, so it was definitely going to be Laura next, and in that tribal council as well. When I say I was sitting next to Max during that tribal council, he turns to me and he said, "Vote for Miles. Like you need to vote out Miles." And I turned back to him and I said, "Are you serious?" And he's like, "Yes." And I said, "You've never even spoken to me. Like why am I going to do what you say here? Like no, thank you. Like thanks for the offer, but no thanks." So I just, they have said Max didn't know that the graduates was a thing. I think everyone has said how much they underplayed the fact that the five of us, incredibly different people, were working together. But that would have been the trajectory, was that it was Laura next, and I think we probably just would have continued down that path. I think at that stage for me, Laura was definitely the person that was niggling with me the most. So she would have been next, and then probably Logan to follow.
So getting to the swap, as we said, what could have been the bright days of the graduates gets immediately upended to put you in this minority at the swap with Miles and Laura and Max, but in this minority with the Brawn, which were Kate, Morgan, Petey, Jesse, and Ben. So what were those initial days like? Was it as dire as it looked like in terms of the divide? Yeah, how did you kind of see those first few days there with these new Brawn relationships?
So going into the swap, I wanted three things standing on that map. I just wanted to be in a majority. I just wanted to be with the graduates, and I just wanted to go to the cushy beach. I was like, get me off this beach with the pig pen. I am done here. Everyone had been talking about the other beach, that it was beautiful, that it was secluded, that, they had a tarp. And it just sounded like a magical island vacation that I was not enjoying over on the pig pen with everyone else. And obviously when the swap happens, it's a complete disaster for me. I end up with one member of the coven, and to be honest, the one that I was the least close with. I end up with Miles, also probably at that point the person from the graduates I'm the least close with, and five Brawn. And it really was that bad. Like it was as bad as what you see it is. It was traumatizing. I thought it actually couldn't get any worse than this. When we got back to camp, the first thing that Jesse did was say, I don't really know how to say this. So, like, five OG brawns, so we're going to go for a chat. And they just left us. They just left us standing around the fire. Um, and then they came back, and Max reiterated that he was having a war with Miles. Did this whole jungle rat, jungle cat thing in front of them. And I was like, oh, please, this cannot be happening right now. I just couldn't believe that he was going there in front of them, like just highlighting all of our weaknesses so that they knew all of it. And it was actually really interesting when we got back because Morgan was injured in that challenge where we did the swimming thing, and she didn't come back initially. So I thought it might be 4-4, and thank goodness she wasn't injured and ended up coming back. But yeah, it was tough. The first night, I thought I actually can really get along with these people. So they brought me three dads. Ben, Jesse, and PD are all dads. We were sitting around the campfire, and Ben was sort of saying, I've never realized how old I am. I've never realized I don't have a favorite TikTok. I don't listen to music that much. I don't really watch TV. And when you're trying to hang out with all these 20-year-olds and that's what they're talking about, like, have you done this TikTok and what's your favorite movie and have you seen this TV show? And it was definitely really hard to bond. So I got on well with Ben, and he was looking for I guess a person that he could take with him at merge. I got on well with Jesse. Jesse is just a character. He's really funny. He has really funny and interesting stories. And I just remember sitting next to him on a log that first night, and he was telling me heaps of really unhinged but very funny stories. And then there was PD. And PD and I love that man. We instantly bonded. I slept next to him every single night. I can't speak highly enough about him. He's extremely intelligent. He's very physical. He never complained. And he just has, he's got a beautiful wife. He's got 2 kids. We really bonded over that family element. And yeah, we slept next to each other every single night in the shelter. We spoke for hours. No one really clocked it and or didn't care. And he just really saw me. Like, he saw who I was as a person. He knew, he was saying to me, Zaz, I think back home you lead a pretty comfortable life. And I was like, what do you mean? And he goes, not, like I lead a comfortable life, but he goes, I think you lead a very comfortable life. And I was like, oh, okay, what makes you think that? And he's like, just the way you are and the way you're interacting with people. And he was getting to know me on a deeper level very quickly. And yeah, but the 5 of them coming in, like, the culture shock for us was real. They were, I said over and over in my IVs, over there, it was like Friend Island. And we're all best friends and we're all, doing camp life and we're building the fires and we all love each other and, we don't need to strategize. I think they'd been to tribal council twice, like 2 times. Whereas us on the other side, it was mental gymnastics from day one. We were trying to kill each other from day one, like strategizing and this and that and 100 miles an hour. And it was so difficult when these 5 came in to just stop. And you just really had to take a breath and take a step back. And they did not value that. They did not want to talk about strategy. Strategy scared them. We scared them. They did not like chaos. We looked completely chaotic to them, especially the 4 of us together. And they just wanted to get rid of us as soon as possible. I think they saw there's 5 of us,
Yeah.
there's 4 of you. We really don't need to talk to you that much. And they didn't. So a lot of the time,
So we spoke
especially
in the
after,
exit. No, yeah, tell me.
I was just going to say, a lot of the time, Laura and I just got left by ourselves. We've like, that is how our relationship developed, particularly after Max went. Miles, I think, was off scurrying around the jungle or just yapping, and Laura and I just got left together, like, whilst the rest of them did whatever it was that they were doing. So yeah, it was rough.
Yeah, so we spoke in the X interview about how you had, spoken a little bit more with AJ, like while on the bench of that big challenge where everyone's looking for the idols. So at that point, you'd spoken to him more about like the hostage situation. Like he was hoping that PD would come over with you. It sounds like that was a pretty good bet, other than the Max and Miles of it all. So do you want to just talk through kind of the moment of that where you were put in this kind of hostage situation? Well, they were the hostages, so that you were going to have to be the hostages on the other side to be sacrificed, and what your kind of thought process was through with that, because there was merit to the fact that AJ did not want to lose you. As he said, you were the most like important person to him on the other side, even more than Miles, but he kind of felt like there was this other avenue which did have some legs, but then also had these other pitfalls, especially with like the Max and Miles of it all, which to be fair should have been somewhat foreseeable given their acrimonious relationship. But how did you kind of see and like, yeah, deal with that whole situation that put you in a tricky position if you're on the bottom, and now you're also not going to be winning challenges in a tribe that at least is very, very physical?
So I had not watched the George season where he does the hostages. So this hostage business was new information to me, and like, I was pissed. You can see my face. I was like, what is this man doing? You are supposed to be one of my ride or dies. I've been with you all along, and you're just hanging me out to dry. I honestly couldn't believe that he was doing that to me. And you see me like going, what about us? Like if they're hostages, what is that? I'm like, don't give them any ideas. Then they're not that great at strategizing. You're just feeding them information and ideas about things that they can do. Like they're obviously going to do this straight back to us. But yeah, I mean, I was incredibly angry. But then there's that challenge where Kate and I sit out on the bench, and I just hear this Zara, like an AJ just comes running over to the bench, and he gets in my ear and he's like, right, this is what we're doing. This is why I've said this. I've got all this information. You need to go to PD. PD is the key. PD will flip. You know, Noonan and Paulie are really important to these brawns. You know, they're going to want them. They're going to want to keep them. And I was kind of saying to him, AJ, like, I see what you're trying to do here, but this is wrong. Like, I'm going to PD. I'm begging him to flip. The man he will flip, not right now. He's looking at us and he's just seeing complete chaos. He's not liking it. And I said, and Paulie and Noonan, they are not important to these guys. They are ready to cut them. They're not interested in them anymore. Like, stuff went down on that Broad Beach that I've been finding out about that they're dead to them. They don't want them. So, yeah, I think that AJ's hostages plan would have worked if he had have had the right information. But you see him very quickly pivot when he realizes, oh, hang on a minute, maybe I'm not coming from a place where I know everything, and that's why we don't hear about the hostages plan again after that. But it was, yeah.
So you don't think that PD would have flipped then, even if like you were brain strong, which was, you know, an issue in and of itself, but even if you had Max and Miles together, do you not think that you could have got PD over the line at that time?
I absolutely could have if he hadn't have seen what the situation that we were in. So Petey and I have this very frank conversation when we go back to the beach, and he just says to me, I was on the bottom of that alliance. You know, I don't want to be with them. I would be with you, but I'm looking at this. I'm looking at Max and Miles and Laura and you together. And he's like, I've got you, Zars. Like, I'm with you, but the rest of this is not looking enticing to me. And I looked him in the eye and I said, Petey, I wouldn't do it either. Like, I'm going to be honest with you because I really want to work with you. This is not something to hitch your wagon to. Like, we are in disarray. Max and I did not have a great relationship, as you see. Max didn't want to have anything to do with me. And had we known he had an idol, we could have done some serious damage. But obviously we didn't. And that shows how much he didn't trust us. He wasn't interested in working with us. So, I mean, I could have stood my ground there and, said, oh, come on, PD, absolutely, you should flip, come work with us. But I couldn't do that in good conscience, and that wasn't going to be good for my game going forward. I was better off being honest with him and knowing that in the future we could work together. And he said to me, everybody here likes you the best. You are number 6. There's obviously the 5, and then you're going to be number 6. And he said to me, I will tell you if I hear your name, and it's just not going to be you. Like, I need you going forward. So I feel like we had a really frank and honest discussion. And if I had have pushed and tried to get him over the line, I probably could have, but I don't think it would have been smart. And it wasn't going to be smart for me either, trying to hitch my wagon to the disarray that was going on with the brains that were there.
Right. So you feel like the information that AJ didn't have was how, like, PD might have wanted to flip, but not to the group that you had at that time, and maybe he should have anticipated the kind of the disconnect in brains, the same way the Brawns were cracking on his side, that it wasn't like it wasn't a group for PD to even flip to, because Max was flipping in and of itself. So a couple of things on that. Firstly, from the bench, I thought it was kind of unfair a little bit that you couldn't go and look for the idols in that challenge. I don't know if you have any insight on it, whether you could have just run from the bench and started looking for idols, or if you had to be in the challenge to do it, is the first thing. You weren't allowed to?
We were not allowed to move from that bench. And in fact, when AJ came and spoke to me, we got screamed at. And they were like, she is not in the challenge, she is invisible. She has to sit there, you can't engage with her. It's like her and Kate aren't there. And in hindsight, and to anyone listening who is going to play in the future, if you end up on a tribe and they have the capacity to not participate in challenges and throw challenges, just be in it. I should have stood my ground and said, yeah, okay, I'm not the strongest. I'm not going to be great at that canoe, but at least I would have been trying. So, I'm probably a third of the weight that Ben and the other guys are, but at least I would have been trying to lift that canoe and trying to participate in the challenges. And then I would have given myself the option to find the idols. So that was really stupid of me, placing my faith in those people that weren't going to try for me. And it was also incredibly demoralizing with them coming back to camp. And this again goes to what I was saying about where if you're not in a position of power, it doesn't really matter what people are saying to you because you can't say anything back. So they were coming back and saying, oh, yeah, we really tried in that challenge. And I had to stand there and say, oh, thank you so much. Like, thanks for trying. And, yeah, that canoe looked really heavy. It looks like you were putting your best effort in, but you just couldn't lift it. And that's embarrassing. Like, I feel like a moron standing there and having to say that. But that was where I was at. That was where I was at in the pecking order. And I couldn't say to those guys, you're obviously throwing that. And plus, I gave myself, the option of not being able to find the idols. So yeah, that was a misstep on my behalf.
Well, it's so rare that they would have that's like the first time they've done something like that. They've had an idol in the challenge before, but it was very, very unlikely that they were gonna have idols. I do think that's an unfortunate part of a great twist that is just kind of unfortunate for the people on the bench that they don't get to participate. I think as well, it's like if you insist that you want to participate because they might throw challenges, then they throw it anyway, and you can't affect the challenge alone if they're all throwing it, and then they come back and they're like, you insisted we were in on it, you were in on it, and now we've lost, and they can blame you. So it's kind of damned if you do, damned if you don't. If a majority of very strong people want to throw a challenge and might be targeting you, I don't know that that's a misstep on your behalf. I just think it's a very unfortunate situation. But did you feel like it was a bad spot? Because you come back and Miles has openly found an idol. PD is telling you that you're in good with everyone, but I mean, as you said, they haven't been talking to you. You don't know who the target is going to be. You and Laura are trying to get Miles to play the idol on you, and then it's going to be this split. Like, how worried were you going into that tribal council that you might be a split who goes home on Miles, or that you might be the target in a way that Max ended up being the target for them? Yeah, what were the concern levels going into that tribal council?
So AJ coming and talking to me during that challenge was very bad for my image amongst the Brains 2.0. They were absolutely terrified of AJ. And the fact that he came and was giving me information, which you see later on when Kate says AJ and Zara keep talking to each other during the challenges. She was really the only one that clocked it. And when he was talking to me, she was obviously sitting right next to me. So as soon as he left, she was like, so what did he say? And I'm trying to think on my feet and trying to make stuff up that wasn't what he was saying to me. So it gave me reassurance and it made me feel better that he was still with me, which I needed to hear on a personal level, but it also caused me issues with them. So I had some explaining to do about that when I got back to camp. But honestly, I just put my trust in PD and he just kept saying, it's not going to be you. And I thought Laura was going home that night. I knew it wasn't me. I knew that PD was smart enough to need to protect me. But the fact that it was Max absolutely threw me. I had no idea that that was the way that it was going to go. And again, I mean, Miles says that he was thinking about playing his idol for me. Miles says he was going to play quite a few idols for me that never eventuates. Thank you, Miles. I'm still waiting. But I sort of spoke to Laura and I was like, could I let him do it? Like, I can't let him do that. It was like a 5-second thing where I thought about doing it, but went, no, I can't do that to him. Like, I just couldn't do it and have him sent out for playing the idol for me. But also, I was just fairly confident it wasn't going to be me. And I really did think it was going to be Laura. But let me tell you, Shannon, we got outplayed, outclassed, out everything on that vote. The Brawns did a number on us. Like, I walked away from that tribal council shell shocked. from thinking that these guys had no idea what they were doing and were just prancing around camp doing fire things to getting our asses handed to us like we did at that tribal. Like that was beautiful. And I think that was all Ben, like 100% Ben. And they did everything that they could to create problems for us. They made Laura and I vote for Miles, so that created cracks with us. They sent Max home, which made Logan mad at us across the mat. Like, it was beautiful. That was a piece of work from them that I think really needs to be highlighted.
True, I think it was good. I think you're also so harsh on yourself in this post swap about, oh, I shouldn't have sat out and they did a number on us. It was a good vote. It was smart to vote out Max, which was unforeseeable. It shocked you all. They had a 5-4 majority. To be fair, things were going pretty well. They were handed a good hand, and I think they played it well. But they didn't, it was a good situation for them coming into it. So I feel like you're a little harsh on yourself in this post swap. But yeah, coming from that, it's looking again like it's been like a dire time, and I know you're about to jump right off this sinking ship, and you and Laura, I think, just personally seemed so desperate to get out of that situation, and it's hard for us to even comprehend where days of this, like how that just might mentally wear on you while all your friends are hanging out on the other tribe with a majority. Might seem like a really lovely way to be. But yeah, I mean, how were you kind of looking at this going forward at the point where Laura's going to tell you about this advantage and it's going to be like a great lifeline out of the game? Yeah, how are you looking at this? And were you still relying on the PD connection at least saving you beyond like a Miles or a Laura if it came to that? Let alone we see kind of the relationship with Kate and Morgan. So definitely some outs there, but how are you kind of looking at the situation going forward with some of the kind of better options for you, but again, not exactly where you'd want to be?
Yeah, so I do have to say as well, I am really proud of my game at this point. In this swap, my social game was on fire, and it deteriorates towards the end of the game. But here, when I was absolutely on the bottom, I had to put in some serious work, and I really did. I put in work with Ben. When Ben lost Ursula on the other side, he came to me and he said, Ursula and I had an alliance. We used to wake up in the middle of the night at 12 o'clock and feed information back and forth between those two factions that were over there. Because there was the Sexy Six, which was Ben, Jesse, Kate, Morgan, Pauline, Noonan, and then there were the outliers over there. So Ben and Ursula used to talk back and forth. And he said, I want that to be you when we swap. I want you to be my new Ursula. I got on really well with Jesse, so I thought, sure. I mean, Jesse was throwing out some ideas, which we'll get to, about mega alliances and all kind of things, but he was thinking about it. And PD was really smart and switched on. And I also got on very well with Kate, who is me 20 years ago. We have people like I used to dance, and now one of the girls from my dance group is married to the DJ that sort of helps Kate as well. So we kind of knew each other through that sort of entertainment background. And Morgan as well is just a really interesting personality to be around. Being an Olympian, I'm super competitive. I felt really drawn to her stories of all of that. She loves running too, and I'm just like a 44-year-old who runs for fun, but we can still bond on that sort of stuff. So my social game in that scenario, like, I have to hand it to myself. I put the work in. I did really well with those 5 brawns. So I was confident that I was building, blocks to get myself to merge. But I mean, we can't go without talking about Girls Gone Wild from this part. So that was a really interesting part of the game. And also after the Palmy reward, where we go back and Miles starts running his mouth and you just see my just complete frustration. So at this Palmy reward, I mean, Miles loves a chat sober. I think he had 3 beers. I've never seen anything like it. The man did not stop talking and just didn't have the nuance to know that they were just pumping him for information. Like, he thought that was his way of building with them. And he was, there was this point where he was saying to Kate, but what happened with the candy vote? And I don't understand it. And I need to know why she went out and who voted for her and who didn't vote for her and everything. And Kate just goes, Miles, it's not that deep. like, just stop talking about it. So they were getting incredibly frustrated with him as well. And every time I tried to get a piece of information from Kate and Morgan, and you see it on the episode where, Kate's like, who are you looking forward to reuniting with over there? And I answer. And then I'm like, do you mind if I also ask you, like, who's the people that you want? And Miles is like, oh, well, I want this and I've got to see this person. And I'm just like, Miles, we've heard from you. We know, like, you've not stopped talking for 9 days. We get it. We know your position. He was just everything that we had ever thought of. He was giving these Brawn on a platter. So Miles and I's relationship, it had very much disintegrated. Like, you see me at that Palmy challenge going around to this empty doorway and like 10 cameras pointed at me while I'm just going, Miles, shut up. And of course, Miles does not listen to me because that's not how he rolls. But also, Laura and I had put in a lot of work with Kate and Morgan, trying desperately to make something happen there. And I've said it to AJ because he says a lot, nobody tried with Kate and Morgan. And I say to him, just because you're the only one that they responded to doesn't mean the rest of us didn't try. Like, we put in some serious work with those two. And you see it when they are walking up the path and Laura and I are like, oh my God, are they coming to talk to us? Like that was real. That was our actual reaction, where we thought, I think we kind of went to move away so that they could pass us on the path, because we just were thinking, surely they're not coming to talk to us. Like, we must be in the way. Maybe there's a coconut over there that they want to grab. Yeah, but I mean, we were incredibly happy that they came up with this Girls Gone Wild idea, girl power, we're doing a little dance and stuff. But whether or not we trusted that is another question.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it was actually going to play out. So there was a lot of good stuff there where it was going to come together seemingly it was going to take out actually one of these other connections you'd made in Ben and Jesse. But if you're making connections and they're, at the top of this hierarchy, someone's going to have to go for that. So going into that whole day where it looks like there's going to be, something that will actually go well, but it's hard to trust. And then Laura's going to give you the information of the advantage. And we spoke about this in the exit interview as well. But obviously this was a big point of contention between you and Laura, and like going to the other side. Like, how did you see that whole day at the time, and then, going to the other side? Because I feel like from a PR standpoint, like, Laura paints it really badly. But I always said, like, you were entitled to go at a point where you both like really, really want to go back to this like brains majority on the other side.
Yeah, so that as well, I think Laura did paint it very badly, but also everyone was so bored of talking about it. Like, Laura flogged that horse to death. Like, you see her keep going on about it and on about it. And I'm, at Merge, I'm like, can we just put this to bed? Like, say what you need to say and I'll say it back. And then, like, enough, like, we're done. But yeah, I mean, once again, you see they throw a challenge, that water sloshing challenge, which I'm dead set sure that they threw, even though they said that they didn't in some of those interviews. Kate and I are sitting out again as the two weakest people. Not that I wanted to try and hold that up, because I would not have done any better. Jesse as well floated this mega alliance, the work, like, and I actually think that alliance idea was so bad that it kind of also drew Kate and Morgan towards us, because it was so bizarre. Like, there were 8 of us and Jesse's like, we just won't go to tribal council and we'll just stick together and we'll just be the new 8 and then we're going to plow through the rest of the game. And we were all kind of like, but that's only going to work until the next tribal council when someone has to get voted. It was just, anyway, it was an interesting way to try and tie us together. But I think, like, the way that Laura and I were both feeling is we're both demoralized. We've had this really rough 9 days. we are not having fun. We are not sleeping well. We're getting rained on. We literally are just going around and around in circles with each other, hoping for another day, wishing for another day to try and get there. And when she told me about that advantage, which was literally 5 minutes before we went to tribal council, there was no time. There was no time to do anything differently. There was no time to go and talk to Kate and Morgan. There was no time to really discuss anything. But I sort of felt like if I let her go when I knew about it, it was just me getting walked all over. Like, what? Like, was I just not even going to put up a fight? I just, I don't know. Something in my brain just clicked. And when I heard about it, and the other thing is, oh, actually, she read it out on her deep dive with you, the advantage, because I really hadn't been sure up to that point what it even said, because we read it. And all I thought that I saw on this piece of parchment was like a golden ticket, like you get to go to the other island. You know what I mean? I thought it was like, you're the winner. You've won this ticket, and like a passport. Like the boat's coming to get you. Well, you're off you go. So in my head, in when I've been thinking about it, I've been thinking, was JLP going to tell everyone about it if we didn't tell anyone? Was it like when Rich went, where we all still, I just had so many questions still. But I think on hearing it reread with you, it does genuinely sound like it was going to be a secret. So whoever got voted out would have just been sent post vote to the other side, maybe walked down the pathway, and then they said, oh, you're actually not going, you're going to the other side. So my initial thought in that tribal council was, let's still send Jesse. And that's what I said to her. I said, let's send Jesse. He's going to wake up the next day. We're going to walk out to the mat. We're going to see him. Kate and Morgan are going to be done. Like everybody's going to know that they turned and voted Jesse out. And Laura said, oh, I can't do that to Kate and Morgan. I can't do that to Kate and Morgan. And I said, why? We don't need them. Like, who cares? She's like, oh, I don't want to burn that bridge. And I said, they're burning themselves. And if they want to continue in the game, they'll have to come back to us. We are then going to be in the position of power, and they'll be coming to us and begging to work with us again. Like, let's just do it. And she obviously didn't like that idea and wanted to send herself. So when it became a question of, is it going to be her or me? I just, self-preservation kicked in, and I went, it's going to be me. And I had so much fun at that tribal council. It's my version of final tribal council, like getting to argue your case. I live for that stuff, being a lawyer, and that's why I desperately wanted to get to the actual final tribal council. But I'd also seen the cracks forming in the graduates, and I'd sort of heard it as well. Like, as I said, AJ and I were talking a lot. There was that basketball challenge when he and Ben were trying to get the hoops, and I just tucked myself under the big structure, and we were talking up and down whilst he missed every single hoop ever known to man. But I knew that things weren't looking great over there. I could see Karen and Logan very close, which I did not like. And yeah, I felt like I needed to get over there and see what was going on before we all got to merge.
Yeah, I think that vote is a credit to your relationships, obviously, as you said, like with the guys who would rather you go there and sew things up for them in their mind, like the PDs, the Jessies, the Bens, rather than Laura. And they choose to send you, I think, as a credit, ironically, to your relationships there as well that you've spoken about. And I also think as well, the thing about the Jessie plan is that no one needed to know that you or Laura knew that this was going to happen. It could have been like when Kara was voted out in Brains v Brawn 1, and no one knew, and she just kind of went to Braun. And then at that point, like, of course, like, if you knew about it, Morgan and Kate would be like, well, you let us do it. Like, then you kind of look like jerks. But they didn't need to know that you were letting them do that. It's like you're all trying to vote out Jesse. Oh, he went to the other tribe. Production is unforeseeable. And now we're like all in this together. And that would have been, yeah, best case scenario to be like, oh my God, can you believe that he didn't get voted out? But like, we all did this. Girls Gone Wild forever. So yeah, it does seem like there was a lot there, but your hand was forced to go to the other side. So when you do go to your old allies, what did you find and what work were you doing there to, like, you know, and AJ credits as well, like, there was obviously like it kind of had to be poorly for them anyway. It looks like it was going to be poorly as well there. But yeah, what work were you doing to kind of pull the family back together when there was a lot of family therapy needed with those old allies?
Yeah, so it was very interesting to me getting to go over there. First of all, from a beach perspective, I was like, yep, I'm checking into the Shangri La. Like, I was so interested to get to see it from that point. And I think when JLP says as well that I was going over, like, my excitement and enthusiasm was a misstep. He's like, oh, you get a new buff. And I'm like, yay, look at my buff. Woo! Like, I was just excited, and I think that there was like a cackle of my
Yeah, you were
laughter.
like, "See you guys never. I will not think back fondly on this time, and I'm so done. Like I'm so gone." Like, yeah, maybe you're right. It's kind of the same way Laura was too happy that Rich was going over and had been saved. Like you were like maybe a little bit like, "I'll miss you guys," but no, you were like, "I will not miss you, and I'm leaving now."
Yeah, like I think PD winks at me, and the rest of them, like there just would have been dust, like me running up the path to get out of there. I was just like, bye bye, see you later. So yeah, and then I should have thought more carefully about my wording when I actually got over there because I said, I just didn't really think they'd ask who found the advantage. And of course, I said, oh, there was this advantage. Laura and I both wanted to go. There was a bit of a debate. And the first thing Logan says, who found the advantage? And I was like, oh, we both did. And, so that was a bit of a that was kind of the nail in the coffin for Logan and I's relationship that I didn't I didn't think it through properly. I should have come up with something better to say that. And I think if I had have worded it like it wasn't really an advantage, it was just kind of a clue. It was just kind of a knowledge is power. Yeah, I should have thought about that. It was interesting for me because I got to meet Paulie for the first time, and he was very actually even like I walked in the middle of the night and Logan like leapt out of her. She was like Zazie and hugging me, and I thought, oh, she's actually happy to see me. Like you can't make that up when you get woken from a deep sleep. Like she must genuinely want to see me. And they kind of all were like, oh, you got voted out, and I said, no, I didn't get voted out. Didn't want that going around. But I saw as we were all talking, Paulie just shrinking into himself because I could just see him going, oh God, there's another one. Like there's another brain that's turned up over here. Like just for his own self preservation, I could see him instantly get worried. So we all just kind of sat around and chatted. I was really happy to meet Kristen because PD and I had discussed making this floating alliance with the four of us. And Kristen and I had gone up against each other in a challenge, and she won. And like terrible sportsmanship of me, but I kind of just threw my little baton down and walked off. So Kristen was terrified of me, like thought that I didn't like her. And then at the next challenge, I went up to her and hugged her, and I said, "You, me, Petey, and Karen, like it's go time when we all get together, right?" And she was like, "Oh, right, great. Like I thought you didn't like me." And I said, "No, I was just annoyed that I'd lost a challenge at that point." So it was really interesting meeting her. And then the first person that I spoke to the next morning when we woke up was Logan, and she was on the AJ's being a pill bandwagon. She's like, he's eating all the food. He's telling Karen and I what to do. He's being an idiot. What is this hostages stuff? Like, I can't stand him. It's time. Like, he's got to go. And she, again, this credit note with these girls, she's like, my credit note is coming due. It is time for you to help me get out AJ. And I'm like, oh, okay. And then I went and spoke to AJ, and we had a massive conversation, and he just said about Karen, and there's this beautiful shot when AJ and I get reunited, and he picks me up and spins me around, and Karen's in the background just like like not having it. And I thought, oh, this looks very bad. So AJ was kind of like, Karen's is done with me. She's irritated with me. I played this idol. She didn't like it. She's done with me. But the most interesting person that I talked to was Kaylin, because Kaylin said, Kaz is going nuts. You need to come over here and you need to fix this. She's gone nuts. Like I can't, she's frightening me. I can't deal with her. She's just so out of everyone, it was Kaylin's information that was the most alarming to me because he's such an easygoing and casual guy that I was like, this is worrying. And I spoke to Karen last out of everyone, and she was just not in a good state. I don't think she'd been eating. She was irritated with the boys. They were driving her nuts. I think she was getting sick of the AJ show. And I sort of worded it to you like, oh, the boys are finding it really difficult to read you. Like, they're finding it hard. They're just feeling like, they can't read how you are. And it's funny because Karen said that AJ said that with Karen that she just wasn't being nice to him, and he's like, she just gets this look on her face and she just seems so angry with me. And so I went to Karen and I said, could you just try and be a bit more palatable with AJ, like just be a bit softer and then smile. And so she's like, oh, okay. So she goes and tries to do that, and then 5 minutes later AJ's like, Karen's being really nice to me, it's really weirding me out, like I don't get it now, I'm scared again. I'm like, oh god. So she wasn't being nice to you when you were scared, and now I've tried to get her to be nice to you and you're also scared. So I just think me swapping over, it was a PR nightmare for the situation with Laura and I, but for my game, trying to get my people back together, that time was invaluable. And I needed a break from Miles.
Yeah. How does Yeah. Yeah. Well, to be fair, the way you speak about Miles is like, I'm like, you're just describing me. The way he's like, what happened to the candy vote? Me as well, now, still to this day. So, look, I'm not going to throw stones at the glass house that Miles and I both currently live in, apparently. But, so how do you kind of look at that tribe? Like, because it's interesting that it will kind of be brought together, at least for a little bit, in the merge, but like, this is so far down the road, but I feel like you probably had the most say in this. But like, say Paulie does go, and he doesn't even go, like that tribal council doesn't even happen. But say Paulie had gone, like because Paulie's a good like stopgap, I think, to the other Brains issues. He's easy fodder. Everyone kind of agrees that Paulie is going to have to go next. But like at the point where Paulie goes, where does that divide happen? And like, as in, have you thought much about like if Paulie goes, can you get a Logan vote? Is AJ really in trouble there? Because I think something that's really interesting going into the merge is Karen and Logan's relationship and not your relationship with Logan. As you said, there was this big divide with Logan. And I feel like a lot of the time it feels like it needs to be Karen, Logan, you, and others in a group, but you're much more with AJ, and Karen's so much more with AJ. So this divide between Karen and AJ, the divide between you and Logan, and your other connections, your connection with AJ and Karen's connection with Logan, and then your connection with Karen, I think is a complexity of the merge. So how do you kind of look at this group? Like, what do you think happens? Oh, are you looking past like a Paulie at where the divide really is? Like, is Logan in trouble there, or is AJ in trouble there for you with these kind of other relationships that you have in this group, and how that will kind of play out long term?
So for me, the trajectory was definitely Paulie then Logan. I could see how close her and Karen had become, which I obviously was not on board with at all. Karen's my person, not hers. And I went and spoke to Kristen, and I said straight away, I would have gone Logan before Paulie. Like that's the way that I wanted it. But Kristen was hell bent on Paulie going. And I said to her, okay, if Paulie goes, who would the next person be that we would get out? And Kristen was like, AJ. And I was like, do you want to try again? And she goes, Logan. And I'm like, yes, that is where I am going next. And I'm fairly confident Kristen would have been on board with that because she knew that PD and I were together at that point. So the four of us, PD, Kristen, Kaz, and I, were going to be very important to me if all of that other, if PD going out hadn't happened. But the other thing is that Logan had an idol. And that was the reason that Karen gave me for their close relationship. She said, I'm just staying close to Logan because I know she's got an idol. She told me that she found it, and I just need to know how it's going to play out. So that's what I'm doing there. And I was like, okay, so Karen, full credit to her, fooled me there. Like, I didn't realize the full scope of their relationship. I thought that Karen was just keeping tabs really on where that idol was.
Yeah, so it would have been an interesting kind of situation there, in terms of, yeah, a vote. I mean, we are so far from that vote. See, this is why I'm like Mars, because I'm like, what happens if there's a tribal council and Paulie goes, and that doesn't, and then there's another tribal council? None of that's going to happen. But it's interesting that we can talk it out. But no, you're going to get to the merge instead with these kind of interesting dynamics. So, kind of coming back with that floating alliance, as you said, a very fractured graduates, a near non-existent coven, I would say probably, but kind of this hopeful brains majority, a mega alliance, obviously from Jesse, who, to be fair, is just targeting you at that point. Where did you see the dynamics here as it leads into this ironic mega alliance vote against Jesse in this merge vote?
Well, by the way, we love all the different iterations. That's our favorite things to do as Survivor players that have come out. And one of our favorite iterations to talk about is if AJ and I had have been tribe swapped together and Miles and Karen had have been tribe swapped together, because AJ and Karen spent too much time together and got on each other's nerves, and Miles and I spent too much time together and got on each other's nerves. So we just think if the swap had have been the other way, it would have been beautiful for the graduates. But I think Miles and I we got over all of our grievances very quickly, whereas AJ and Karen not so much. So yeah, how did I think that I was? Well, to be honest, there were moments when I came into that tribe swap where I thought I'd made a mistake because I didn't have those 9 days behind me. And I did think once Paulie goes, Kristen was so in that group. And I thought, wow, I don't know anymore if I'm in front in importance of Kristen, because they all loved her. Like, she was just so in with them. So I do think I did have a moment where I was definitely looking around the camp thinking, oh, maybe I've made a misstep and I should have
With
stayed
them
over there.
being
Like the grad, like
so okay, so
Logan.
you're saying that Kristen was with that swap group that you hadn't had,
Yeah,
and then you'd swap from your swap group, so you felt like you were kind of in no man's land.
yeah. I felt like I'd gone away from the
Right.
people that I'd put 9 days worth of effort in to come back to these guys, but the goal posts had changed because all the relationships had changed once I had left. So that's when I was just putting in the work, as you say, like just try to bring my little family back together. And I was really confused as to why they had kind of abandoned the graduates. I was like, this is the best path forward. Like, what are you guys doing with all this infighting? Yeah, I thought it was nuts.
Yeah, so then how do you look at the merge? Like, what was your priorities? What was the dynamics as you saw it, at this merge?
Definitely, to me, the graduates was the number one priority. I think there's a moment where the coven gets together and we're like, yay, we all made it, like the coven's all here, and then we're like, oh, who cares? That was weird. Like, it was just a weird celebration where because we were like, this matters to none of us, who cares anymore? And Kate and Morgan, yeah, I don't know, you never forget the way that people treat you when you're on the bottom, I would say. So when we came back to merge and they were like, hi, like, we're all gonna kind of band together now. And I just thought, you never showed me that you were actually going to vote Jesse out, so I don't really believe that. And also, Laura and I, as a two in that foursome, was not going to work any further. So going into merge, I think I was looking at the fact that I would think I needed to get rid of Logan and Laura pretty quickly because I'd burnt too many bridges there.
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah. So the Jesse vote, is there a lot there other than it speaking for itself in terms of the Jesse vote?
Um, there was something there in that he went for me, and that made me sad.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, okay. I thought we got on well, and I totally understand what he was doing in that I was just an easy sell because everyone was really, he was just like, she did this to Laura. How could she do that? All that sort of stuff. So I thought that Jesse and I probably had a better relationship than what we did. I have to talk about the cocktail party as well with Kate winning because that was a very interesting situation, obviously, with the AJ and the Kate of it all. So during the challenge, the merge challenge, I was up the other end with Logan, and I think AJ and Kate were down here. So I missed all of their interactions. But when we did get back to camp, Miles was like, oh, it was so gross, like AJ and Kate talking, and Miles was like, AJ was just at 100, like, tell me about yourself. And you're so interesting and all this sort of stuff. And I just brushed that off because I just thought, there's no way. That's just inconsequential. But I also, in that challenge, Kaylin said to me, you shouldn't have done that. And I was like, what do you mean? And he said, you were on that little bar like a sloth. And he said, you need to start thinking about the fact that these challenges are going to be endurance. And he said, you just look like you could have stayed up there all day. And I said, I could have. And he said, don't do that. So Kaylin, again, is such an interesting character because he did keep giving me advice and feeding me pieces of information. So I thought we had a really, really good bond. But that also, at that challenge, was when I started thinking about challenges in terms of, do you actually want to win this, Zara? Do you want to win a challenge where it's not immunity, you show your hand, and all you get is people who are going to be cross at you because you didn't take them to a cocktail party? So that was when I started talking to Logan, and I said, there's nothing for us to gain here. Like, let's just get off here as quickly as possible. It's hot. We're wasting our energy. We're going to need our energy for later challenges when it matters. Just let Kate win. And just tell her that she can take us. And if she doesn't take us, then she looks like a bad person. So, that was interesting starting to think about challenges in terms of whether or not you want to win. Because as a intensely competitive person, that for me started to be very difficult when I was like, just get off, Zara. This is not worth it. So I think the only other important thing about that part of the game for me is that when Jesse was targeting me, I literally had 5 people come and tell me that was happening. So I felt very safe. AJ told me, Kate told me, I'm pretty sure Morgan told me, Karen, probably Miles or Kat, like, it was common knowledge that Jesse and Paulie were going to be putting votes on me. So I felt pretty insulated, and I also wanted to show that it didn't bother me hearing my name because there were certain people out there. I'm thinking of Laura, Karen. If you say their name, like, they go nuts. And I just thought, I want to show that I can take it. And AJ gave me this big chat in the trees, and he was like, what are you doing? Like what are you trying to prove? I said, oh, I'm trying to be tough. I'm trying to prove that, you can write my name down and I can hear it and I can take it and I've got balls. And AJ was like, what are you going to do if Paulie and Jesse have an idol? And I said, there's no way those two have an idol. And AJ said, what if they do? Why chance it? Why risk it? And then I was like, oh, okay. Maybe that wasn't such a great idea, but it worked out fine in the end. And the other interesting piece of information from that is that PD told Jesse to play an idol if he had it, which I didn't know about at the time. So he was definitely still trying to cultivate his relationship with the Brawns as well.
Yeah. Well, I mean, to be fair, it wasn't going to bounce back on you like there was this big split, but it kind of probably speaks to the lack of social capital that Jesse and Paulie had at that point where, there was no real legs to any plan they were having and it was all coming back to you. But there won't be a split on this next vote. And this is such an interesting vote because you have the relationship with PD who's going to go home. You have the relationship with Miles and AJ who are going to do it / allow it to happen or be part of that vote. And I definitely think like the things we've learned about the vote, this move from Miles, the best thing I think he gained from it was that, I mean, definitely speaking to Karen, like it really like cut the legs from Karen, who to be fair was less graduate focused than you. So like had these other options that were really cut from her here in a way that you weren't as much. But that's why I think your position here is so interesting, because you're going to have allies do this to other allies, and that's probably going to change your game more than we could definitely see it on screen, where that relationship with PD was not one that we really had at all on the show. So looking at this vote where it was like this poorly PD decision and it becomes poorly, and then Miles takes out PD. Yeah, what was your kind of thought process through all of this? Because it really affected you more than maybe anyone, like if you're going to have this close relationship with PD and have him really as this kind of floating option, as you say.
Yeah, definitely. I was genuinely gutted when PD went. Like, my IVs the next morning were like a lovelorn 16-year-old who's lost their pen pal or something. I was like, I miss his face. I miss, talking to him every morning. I miss like his little routines that he used to do. Like, I was so, it's really difficult to explain the bonds that you build with people, and when they're just not there anymore. And I think a mistake that we made was again, when we did these new sleeping arrangements, it was Karen, Kristen, PD, and I in a line. And that's where you really need to be careful about who you sleep with. Like, our alliance was, our quasi floating alliance was in a little line together. I felt during that scramble, I felt like something wasn't right. There were these big groups all talking to each other, and I felt like I was going up and nobody wanted me there, because if there was one person that they weren't going to tell that they were getting PD out, it was definitely me. And that was when Laura was kind of running around and making all these conversations and trying to get him out, and it didn't end up taking. But I felt like something was off. And Karen and I had a conversation where we were like, should we just chuck 3 votes somewhere? Like, I felt uneasy. But we weighed it up, and because of the buddy system, everybody having a buddy, we thought whoever we throw the 3 votes on, we're going to alert them that they're next, or that their buddy is next. So you're going to be dealing with a very cranky buddy who comes back, and it just didn't seem worth it to us, and it just genuinely seemed like it was Paulie's time to go. And we knew we didn't have an idol. I did not have a good relationship with, I just didn't really know Paulie very well, and Paulie was not very good at knowing how to navigate when he wasn't on top. So even when he tried to vote me out, he was like, oh, so did you know about that? And I said, yeah, I knew about that. And he's like, well, that was the plan I was given. So that's like, there was no finesse in trying to connect with me or anything like that. So I was just happy for him to go. But there's this moment in Tribal Council where we realize what's happened, and we all think that the votes, it's going to depend on who Miles and AJ voted for. And I said to Logan, oh, who do we think those 2 idiots voted for then? And like, the visceral that I got online from calling AJ and Miles idiots, who did not care. They both sent me funny messages going, oh my God, that was so funny when you said that. And I'm like, oh, A, I don't remember saying it. B, I was trying to build like some kind of rapport with Logan by saying it. And C, people online, they didn't care about being called idiots. So just let me have it. But yeah, that was
I mean, I like a lot worse things were probably said about Miles and AJ by people online, probably through the season, than calling them idiots as they're about to get the vote. But I mean, I understand, like, for sure, like, in terms of the split as well, Kristen has an idol that she's thinking of playing on PD, so your little floating alliance is protected. But considering you were so close with Kristen and she has her idol publicly stolen, it's that moment for me where I'm like, was there no like thought of doing something then? Like, at the point where Miles is stealing her idol, did you just think it was to keep it for himself? Was it too fast in the moment? Like, what are the thoughts when the idol is actually stolen at that tribal council before Miles is going to like publicly play it on Paulie and send PD out of the game?
So my thoughts were, I was going to go and tell him to steal Logan's. And there is this moment where I go, and I'm thinking about getting up and going over to him and saying, don't steal her idol, steal Logan's. Like, because, Logan and Laura were the people that I wanted to get out next. And then I could have gotten out Logan. And then when it all played out, I thought, thank God I didn't say anything, because he would have said no and still would have taken Kristen's idol. And I thought the only reason he didn't take Logan's was because he didn't know about it. But then as the rest of the tribal council played out, and I was like, oh, no, he took Kristen's idol because he doesn't want her playing it for PD. So I would have burnt myself and Kaz by telling him about this idol that I wasn't supposed to know about it. Karen wasn't supposed to have told me. So I actually kind of thank goodness that I didn't do it. But honestly, in the moment, I thought it was just Miles, and I thought he's got this advantage. He's like itching to make a big move. He was telling us all how boring we were, that we weren't doing anything, and we didn't want to, take a hit on the buddies. And I thought that what he was doing had no strategy, no thought process. He just wanted to do something crazy and was going for it. So I just, yeah. But after he did that, I was very angry at Miles. Not at AJ. I've seen a lot of other people say, AJ was an accomplice and blah, blah, blah. I sprayed Miles when we got back to the beach. And I still feel awful about that. Sorry, Miles. It was not good. He doesn't care.
Well, in terms of like where, yeah, yeah, it's fine. He can, get yelled at a bit, but you're still going to vote for him to get, $500,000. So I think that you've paid him back literally for that. But yeah, I mean, in terms of yeah, with this vote, in terms of Miles stealing Kristen's idol over Logan's, I mean, we don't know if he'd had all the information. I guess what he would have done, because he's not making a decision. He doesn't know Logan has an idol. However, yeah, it does feel like he was gaining more from actually taking out PD. At the time, we saw Logan in the edit as being like this really kind of important cog, and it felt like she was the big move. PD in subtly, and I guess this is what he was looking at, but like subtly being connected and not as much of a target as Logan is clearly about to be. He had power there that Miles might have chosen, even had he had the choice, which he didn't. But yeah, as you say, it would have been bad to publicly be like, no, don't do that, and then he still does, and now like all cards have been shown. But I mean, Logan is going to be targeted next when Laura goes and Logan plays the idol. There's so much intrigue here for me because there's so many complex relationships. This is where I feel like all of those disconnects play out, where Karen, like, you want Logan and Laura out. Karen is your buddy. I feel like one of the most interesting and maybe understated parts of this merge is how misaligned you and your buddy are in your priorities. Like, if your priority is a lot of the time AJ, and we that a lot of that relationship was hidden from us, and her relationship is largely Logan, as we see, who she's about to save and constantly invests in. How are you and Karen even doing this? Because this vote, it plays out here. She saves Logan, to the detriment of Laura, but like, they're two relationships you are actively targeting. You also, again, are prioritizing the AJ of it all, and AJ's with Miles. You now have had this disconnect from Miles. So how are you getting back on the same page with people to target Logan and Laura as you've wanted to? And how does that play out with Karen in this as well? So yeah, I just find all of this really fascinating. Definitely not the nuances that an Australian Survivor edit can really show, but I think we were getting parts of it, and even in reality, it's even more interesting than we can understand, because these relationships are all so contradictory in some ways and definitely very complex.
So I think I should speak about my relationship with Karen. And like, I love Karen dearly. We, for whatever reason, and I will never understand it myself, we just click. And we just click on such a human level. We are so incredibly different. I am, about 15 years older than her. I have 3 kids. I think my life to her is a nightmare. Like, she's this strong, independent, young, sexy chick, like doctor, super educated, doing all of that. And I think it's quite amazing, because if Karen had have met me in my real life, I think she would have thought I was an idiot. I don't think we would have got past, like, we have nothing in common. She would have been like, she's materialistic, she's frivolous, she's, the blonde hair, the whatever we never would have got past go. And when you take away all of that, and it's just about 2 people who have the same personality and the same humor, Like, we just got on so well. And it was a really easy relationship where, someone would be saying something dumb and we would just catch each other's eye over the fire and be like, ugh, and roll our eyes, and nothing else needed to be said. And it's just that moment that you're having with your bestie where you are just on the same page. And we also didn't need to talk that much, where I could not speak to Karen for 24 hours. And I know she's still my bestie. She's still my number one. She's my ride or die. She'd be going off and having her conversations. I'd be going off and having mine. And then we'd just come back and be like, it's going to be this person next, right? And I'd be like, yeah. And it was just easy. We always just got along so well. It was really effortless. And it's still like that now in real life. So, but you're right. We just never had other people that we were on the same page with about getting out. I mean, the major sticking point obviously is AJ, but I didn't really see it as being as bad as what it was between AJ and Karen. I just always thought it was fixable because it made so much sense for me, for all of us to be graduate strong. You look at Miles and I, and we had so many blow ups and issues and, things going on, but we just came back together. We got over anything, any issue, any drama that we had so quickly that I just thought it made sense for everybody else to be in that same place, but they just were not. And that's probably on me. Like, I think I just kept papering it and papering it over, and it then had disintegrated to the point that I couldn't see it. But obviously, that's coming up next. I think that I just said to Karen, Logan and Laura for me had to go. My main problem was Logan because I had burnt her too many times. I said to Karen, I burnt her with, when AJ first threw her name out. We burnt her getting Ali out. I burnt her when she's blaming me for Max going out, even though that was completely not my fault. I had nothing to do with it. Now I've stabbed her ride or die bestie Laura in the back, and Logan is a girl's girl, and she does not appreciate you doing something to her bestie. So our relationship to me was completely unsalvageable. I didn't realize how important she was to Karen either. But I didn't feel like there was much pushback. I think it was pretty universal that everyone wanted to get Logan and Laura out. And I just kept saying if there was any pushback, well, Logan's got an idol. So she's got to go. We've got to have a crack at her because we've got to get rid of that thing.
Yeah. Your priorities here are very, very interesting to me because if I look, so definitely Logan and Laura, like you don't want to work with them, but they are closer in my mind in the way I see this kind of group. Like, I think this is what's so hard for me in the way that I kind of see the merge group is like, it's always like Karen then you, but you're actually in like completely different places because it's like Logan, Laura, Karen, and Kristen, and you have relationships with Karen and Kristen. But then not you, you're with like, okay, AJ and Caitlin, but they're with like Kate and Morgan, not a lot going on for you there. Miles, again, you guys come back from things well, but there's quite a lot to come back from. Like more, I think they were kind of more, and definitely like Paulie's kind of nowhere, but like, I guess maybe if Paulie's in this group, like if that's kind of how they see it, and I definitely see parts of this group as like AJ and the Kate and Morgan kind of side of that, those aren't your connections. So I think my kind of, because like you're gonna achieve what you want to getting out Logan and Laura, and that is definitely good for you in your priorities. But I think I think there's just a lot of conflicting priorities for me in the way I see it. So I can't imagine how difficult it was for you. But like, what about like Kristen? Like, where's your relationship with you and Kristen at a point where Petey is gone, but Kristen kind of has something with Logan, and you have nothing with Logan? Like, where are all these complex relationships at this point where, yeah, Logan's going to save herself, but Laura's going to go home? I just find like it's an interesting kind of complexity for you.
Yeah, I didn't think that when PD went, that Kristen and I's relationship had or would disintegrate to the point that it did. I felt that Kristen and I were still workable. So I get what you're saying. There's not like a clear split. There's not like these five over here and this.
Yeah.
It was a very fluid season, I think, too. And I also think taking Laura out for me, I thought that would open up opportunities with Kate and Morgan because at that point, Kate and Morgan weren't working with anyone except AJ. And I had gone to Kate and Morgan and I said, how about we do some kind of alliance where it's you guys, me and Karen, Kaylin and Kristen? I was like, what about that for a 6? And Morgan never really responded to anything. It was always Kate that was driving that person. But Kate goes to me, let us think about it. We'll think about it and we'll get back to you. And I was like, wow, that is like possibly the worst response you could have to a plan ever. And I went and told Karen about it, and Karen was like, what are you doing? Don't trust those two. Don't tell them who we want to work with. Like, they're going. We don't need to worry about focusing on them. So I think taking Laura out for me was going to make things easier in getting other people to work with me. Kate and Morgan might have been a possibility without Laura there. Kristen and Logan, maybe they would need me and Karen better without Laura there. So, but in that vote, I definitely wanted Laura to stay and I wanted Logan to go. And I also thought if Logan wasn't there, Laura and I would be able to rebuild something, because we did have that background of having been together and that personal relationship where we got to know each other really well on Brains 2.0. And I thought she had forgiven me, and she's a logical and strategic player. And if it looked right for her to move forward with me, she would have.
Yeah. So you hadn't known anything that Karen was doing around like tipping Logan off?
Absolutely not. Karen asked for herself to be moved at tribal council so she wasn't sitting next to me, so that I wouldn't hear.
Oh.
So yeah, I mean, we
Right.
logically just sat together all the time because we were a little pairsome, and she was like, I don't want to be sitting next to her. I've got to tell Logan this information. And no, I mean, when we did that vote, I was just praying, crossing my fingers that JLP was going to say, does anyone want to? I wanted to send Logan home with that idol. I'm like, get her out and she can take that thing with her. We don't need that either. It's like 2 birds with 1 stone. But it just didn't work out that way for us.
So the next vote, which is going to go to Baron and Bounty instead of being a vote, but Logan was the target. Karen had been floated, again, by your allies, by like the Kaylins, I think, and like the AJs of the world. How much were you aware of like Karen's tricky position at this point, and kind of like what were you trying to do? A Logan voter speaks for itself, I think, and how that works for you. But what was your kind of thought process here before it gets to the twist?
So I had absolutely no idea that Karen and I's name, or that Karen's name was being floated at all, because as I keep saying, it just didn't make sense to me. I was very graduate strong. It just made, like, I thought that the 5 of us should just stick together. And I just kind of thought they were bickering. And I didn't think it would ever get to the point where they wanted to take Karen out. And we had been saying, graduates final 5, graduates final 5. Kaylin seemed very invested in there being a graduates final 5 because he was very cruisy. I thought he would be backing me. I didn't realize that it had gotten to the point that it did. So yeah, the Bounty and Baron twist, I mean, the vote, I didn't find that interesting per se, apart from the fact that Karen decided to take some pot shots at AJ, which again, I was like, what are you doing? Like, it's just silly. It's petty. Like, I didn't understand it. So it was interesting when that twist came. Logan gets up in the middle of tribal council and she kind of like calls this little meeting with some of us and she's like, oh, so who are we going to send? And I'm thinking, Logan, girl, you've got no say here. Sit your ass back down. Like, how are you thinking that we're going to listen to you? Like, her perspective of wanting to rally the troops, I just found really amusing. But yeah, I mean, that all I wanted was the black rock so that I didn't get sent over to the no food and the no shelter and everything tribe. But that combination of people was a bit of a disaster for me.
So ending up on Bounty, this is going to be an interesting vote where it all kind of comes together against Miles. Firstly, what was it like being on Bounty? And secondly, had you and Miles made up from the PD thing yet? Like, obviously not, because you are about to target him. But where were you sitting with Miles in all of this at this point, where Miles is going to be targeted?
Oh, so Miles and I had definitely made up, but then enter AJ. So this is a really important piece of all of our games, actually, is what AJ does when there's Bounty Baron. But yeah, no, Miles and I were completely fine. But that changes with some further information here from AJ. So he tells me that Miles is coming for me. He says that Miles is throwing your name around. When we do the Bounty Baron challenge, and this is up for contention still to this day, but when we were walking in, AJ said to me, I just need to let you know Miles is coming for you. It's his intention to make you throw this challenge so that he can vote you out, so that you look like an idiot. And when we were all talking, Miles had said to me, can you please throw this challenge because I'm going to get Kate out? Like I want, yeah, get off that poll, throw the challenge, do not complete it, and then we will vote Kate out. And I was infuriated because I thought, this sounds exactly like something that Miles would do. Want to make a big move by making me throw a challenge, get off, and then voting me out and making me look like an idiot. And one of my cornerstones of my game was I just don't want to embarrass my kids. I don't want them to go back to school and mum looks like an idiot. So that would have been a really easy way to niggle me. And I've trapped those two in a car post game with Karen as well and said, is this true, Miles? Because Miles says I was not coming for you. AJ made it up. And AJ says Miles was absolutely coming for you. But regardless of all of that, I knew that Miles was saying that he wanted Karen in his end game and he was not mentioning me in that end game. So it just, all the pieces of the puzzle fitted for me. And so Miles and I had made up, but then I was waging a war on Miles after I heard that. I was incredibly angry. And I actually walked out to those polls and I said to Morgan Mitchell, who is an Olympian, this is my Olympics, Morgan. I am not getting off that pole. Like, you are going to watch me smash this challenge. I am going to win this. And she's like, okay, Zara, cool story. But that was the mindset that I was going into that with.
Yeah, ironically, trying to use a pole challenge against Miles feels unfair given that he is the pole dancer. But yeah, I mean, we see this here that you're going to be working with Kate and Morgan. For a while, we were like, they should all just talk and do the thing, and then you did. Obviously, with AJ as a big part of that and that relationship there. But what were you kind of seeing as your primary connections? It's ironic because you want to target Miles because he's mentioning Karen. He's actually one of the only people sticking up for and defending Karen more than you kind of knew in how much she was being targeted. But how do you see kind of your your macro relationships and your group? If it's not if it's working with Kate and Morgan on this vote, sure. But how do you see like your actual group going forward? Is it still the graduates? Because without Miles, the graduates are looking slimmer for you.
Yeah, I mean, I wanted to foster a relationship with Kate and Morgan. I thought if we all work together on this vote, maybe there's something there that we can continue forward with. I was like, we've gotten rid of Laura, who was a bit of a block, and I really thought that Kate and Morgan and Karen and I could work together. And like, my God, I tried with those two girls. I really tried to make it happen. And I mean, Kate has said to me post game as well, I really wanted to work with you. Karen, not you, but Zara, I really wanted to work with you. So again, the combination of the buddies and the other people that we were wanting to work with, it didn't stick. But Karen and I were also looking at AJ's relationship with Kate and Morgan, and our joke out there was that AJ was trying to replace us with the younger, prettier, cooler version of ourselves. We were like, Kate and Morgan are just like us. They're just kind of like better, more malleable versions of us who aren't going to give you pushbacks on moves and who will just do what you want. So I could see the writing on the wall that AJ was getting close to Kate and Morgan. And I sort of thought, if I jump on this bandwagon and if Miles goes, that weakens AJ. And also, I thought that Kaylin would be quite recoverable after that happened. I didn't foresee how cross he would get about us taking a jab at Miles. Yeah, but basically I was just cranky. I was cranky because I thought that Miles was trying to come for me. And it's that simple. I thought, if you're going to come for me, I am instead getting rid of you.
Did you have any major thoughts on the split? Obviously, considering Miles is going to protect himself with an idol here, or was it just kind of like Miles or bust? Obviously, like Paulie as an option and Logan as an option are both fine for you, but did you have any like major considerations on that?
Not really. I was, as you said, fine with Logan or Paulie. They weren't, I would have preferred that it was Logan. Paulie was neither here nor there for me. And again, if Paulie had gone, I thought that was kind of weakening Miles anyway. So that was a bit of a win for me too.
So how does it get off Miles for you? Because here we see the Karen's obviously going to go, but even in that, it feels like, after trying to work with Kate Morgan, maybe that kind of just breaks down. But you are together on this Miles vote, and then it breaks apart again, where it's like you're going to be left out with Karen. Karen's going to be targeted, and you guys are targeting Kate and Morgan, and Miles is nowhere to be found. So how did you kind of see the bounce back on this, and where that target shifts for you, where Karen is going to go here?
So when Miles doesn't go home, Caitlin is very unhappy with the rest of us for going for him.
Right.
Because Kaylin's whole thing is that he just wants to find this alliance, stick to it, get to the end, pitch his case, fish in between. And he just sort of said, if it, you guys went for Miles, it just could have easily been me. Like, I just don't understand why you did that. But again, Miles and I just got over things really quickly. I kind of was saying to him, you had a shot at me, I had a shot back, you're still here, it's a new day. We just used to talk things out and get over it really quickly. I don't know why. I think both of us are just players. We didn't really get butthurt about stuff. We were like, oh well, you had to go. Didn't work. What's happening next? I know that you've said that it looks really funny because
Yeah.
we look a bit like erratic, where we just try something and then we could finish it off, but we don't. We just move on to something else. But the game just moves so quickly out there that, as I said, I tried to have a shot at Miles. It didn't work. Then I've got an angry Kaylin that I'm trying to deal with. So I'm trying to smooth that over. And then everything, the board just changes every time something happens. So then it just didn't seem very important to get Miles out. And I know that I can work with him. So then you just kind of turn around and start working together again.
Yeah, I think that vote, it makes sense to me now, but I think because it has a combination of so many factors that make sense of how Miles is a target then isn't. Like, it's in a twist where not everyone's available to be voted, and now the next targets were people who technically who were immune. Kate and Karen were both immune on bounty. I think it speaks to obviously your relationship with Miles, as you said, this like continuous bounce back that you have where you can make up and stuff like that. But also Miles's whole persona in game, where it's like up and down, and like he kind of makes that, and I don't know how intentional it is, but it's certainly like a factor of the way he's perceived, where it's like Milesing, right? Like, he does a thing, he bounces back. He's on the bottom, he bounces back. Like, it's actually kind of interesting how much maybe you could even intentionally build that persona where you'll not like stick on the bottom so much. You look at someone like Paulie, like he's stuck on the bottom and he never got to drag himself out. And I think that is true for many people who play. Like, you get to a point where you don't have agency and you lose it and it's gone. But I think because Miles was so up and down and it was so prominent and vocal, it's the kind of thing where it's like he might be down and then he can bounce back up. But also, to be fair, the other way, what goes up must come down, and vice versa, where like he also never held on to power for that long. But I think it allowed him to be like a little bit malleable and to like recover really well from things, because it's a self-fulfilling prophecy. Like, Miles recovers from things, so now we're going to let him recover from things, and that's just how it goes. It's something very interesting psychologically, but I think I've got my head around how this happens. But obviously you're trying to go for like a Kate and Morgan here. Those two kind of pillars have divided again from you and Karen. And Karen is going to be targeted by all your allies, AJ, Kaylin, everyone in the game at that point. How is that for you? How is that kind of day for you, and how that happens with Karen going not before blowing everything up at tribal council, not before, actually writing your name down when she said she wouldn't. That feels like that day must have been a lot in everything that happened.
Yeah. I just back on Miles as well. I just want to say, his personality as well. He was just so thrilled to be there that another day in the game for him was just another day that was the best day of his life. So he just you know what? He honestly just didn't mind. He was just like, I'm here again. He actually played really terribly when he was at the top. He was so good at the bottom because he was just like, this is his dream. Like, you know, he's now a 24-year-old kid that's got everything he ever wanted in his whole life. I don't know where he can go from here, but he just, and I had a lot of really human moments with Miles, and I, like, we would just do little things like when the alley vote happened, I kind of like squeezed his shoulder, and you know, and then he just smart. We just exchange little gestures, being like, "I got you," or "That was funny," or things like that. So yeah, I mean, that says a lot about him as a human, where he just didn't let things phase him. He just picked himself up constantly. Like, he is incredibly resilient. I think it would be something amazing to teach your kids just to be as resilient as he is. But he was having fun. He was having the time of his life constantly. But yeah, moving on to when the Karen vote out. So I have to say, I had absolutely no idea that that was going on. I had, you know, not even that feeling when they were coming for PD where I thought something's wrong here. I had no idea. I thought it makes incredible logical sense to go for Kate and Morgan, who is who I wanted to go for. I thought we're getting them away from AJ. You know, Kate is an absolute challenge beast, and they were just such a tight twosome that they were never going to diverge from each other. So I just thought, just get rid of one of them, and then maybe the other one will be more malleable. And for me as well, Kate, as I kept saying, from this point onwards, we are so similar in what we can do out there, except she's more social, more of a social butterfly than me, and she's, you know, younger. Her bodies are probably in better nick than mine is, but you know, she was an endurance. Everything that she could do in challenges, I could do. We just didn't have a main point of difference. So for me, she just had to go. It didn't matter how well we got on or whatever plans we were making. She did not factor in my top anything. I didn't want her there at the top three. I didn't want to do that challenge against her. I didn't really want to do any endurance challenges against her because I wanted to win them. But yeah, I had no idea. In that scramble, I thought we were so solid on Kate and Morgan. There was a moment where I thought, I have not seen AJ this whole scramble. Where is he? And I went to find him and he kind of like ran away from me. I thought, that's odd. Maybe he's just not very happy. He just couldn't lie to me. We never really lied to each other the whole time. And when that was something that, as much as Logan tried to take credit for that, and that was a 1,000% AJ coming for Karen. You know, he had been working at that for however long and finally got it to fruition. So, yeah, I mean, even in my IVs the next morning, they were saying, "Did you really not know that that was happening?" And I said, "I really did not know that that was happening." Like, they absolutely, you know, you go out after Survivor and you want a blind side, and that was my blind side.
Yes, until obviously Karen's going to be like, things are not as they seem. So, what does that tribal council look like for you when she tries to get that group together? She's going to go home. She is going to end up throwing the vote at you. But, you know, a lot of it was like, she was like, I won't just vote for Zara. Which a lot of people were like kind of coming for you. Not a lot, but like what Kristen was like wanting to put it on you over Karen. Like there were a couple of people. I think even they said maybe Kate and Morgan were like happy for it to be you over Karen. So it wasn't even like super divided from you in this blind. So it wasn't even like very Karen based. There was like some heat on you. I don't know how aware of it you were at the time, but like I'm sure learning all of these things in the moment is astounding and scary to say the least.
Yeah, I mean, AJ 1,000% protected me in that vote. It was him
Yeah.
like advising the split, him wanting me to be there, him wanting me away from Karen. He, you know, it had gotten so acrimonious between the two of them, and he was like, I want you here. I don't want her here." So I think in tribal, when Karen stands up, I'm like, "What are you doing, bestie?" Like, I just did not understand what was going on. I'm like, please sit down. You're embarrassing us. You're going to like let Kate and Morgan in on what's happening. And yeah, Kate was pissed with me at that tribal too. She said, I said something to like AJ and Miles and Kaylin. I was like, what about our alliances? And Kate was kind of like, yeah, what about our alliances, Zara, that we had, like meaning her and I, and because she knew that I was coming for her. And yeah, I mean, it was just a mess. And I think Karen's attempt at drawing that group together was amazing, apart from the Kaylin-ness of it all. And the way that she went out trying to fire shots, I mean, it was amazing to watch.
Yeah. What if like Logan, because my whole thing was I thought Logan should have been with you and Karen and Kristen. I thought that needed to be a group because the thing is, again, these complexity of these relationships, you and AJ are so important. But I really felt like that group, especially on an AJ, like a group like that on like that changes everything. But I don't think you want to go for an AJ. But what if Logan comes to you with AJ and is like, here's what's happening. They're voting out Karen. And this is complete fan fiction because you and Logan don't have the relationship with this. But Logan has a relationship surely with Karen. Like, your friends are friends. What if they come to you with that group? Is there anything there where you try and make a group? Maybe if it's against a Kate, there's more legs, I'm sure. But like, what if it is like take out some of your main allies and Caitlin's probably immune, like an AJ as an example, but we're the group. Do you ever shore up with that, or is there just not enough connective tissue with you for you there, even if it's protecting like a Karen? Like, what do you do there if you hear that Karen is a target, but the other people that Karen is with are just not your people? Like, how do those complexities play out?
Well, I think at that point, because they were taking a shot at me as well as Karen, my name was there too. And those
Yes.
couple of people thinking about flipping, I think all bets would have been off. Um, and if they had have come to me and said, this is what's happening, and had receipts, and I would have been able to believe them, Karen and I would have been backed into a corner and would have tried to make some magic happen.
Yeah. Yeah, I think there was an opportunity there. I just think that there's those relationship divides and the complexities of these relationships that are so interesting to me. Just on like, yeah, you and Karen having different relationships that should, and then the complexity that Karen's relationships aren't even protecting her. Like Logan is actively targeting Karen, and that should be like her ace in the hole. But in the fan fiction world, I kind of feel like that's maybe the four that should come over the top of something there that is just never ever going to happen. And then so after this has happened, you reconnect with Miles as we see like Miles is teaching you how to be on the bottom. It's a really great scene. The post grads are gonna show up as this kind of new this the evolution, the new like Pokemon evolution of this alliance. Miles, underrated story. Miles had been actively targeting you by himself, like not even in the group that was targeting like you and Karen. Like he specifically wanted you of all the people. And then we talk about the bounce back. Like you immediately bounce back, and the post grad's going to show up in this four. I mean, how do you feel coming back from Karen? Did you feel like that, like you were on the bottom? What kind of work were you doing then to get back to this position of what's going to end up being the final four? Because it works out pretty well, in terms of like, well, what counter thing are we going to do? When Karen goes, feels like a lot of the family therapy solves itself because there'd been this massive AJ Karen divide. You can kind of wholly be with the graduates without kind of a lot of this complexity, kind of actually simplifies a lot of the things because I think you and Karen had such a great relationship, but so many different priorities. So kind of not that you would choose it, but it kind of works out okay in just being able to be with this group. But how does it manifest getting to that point of what will be the postgraduate final four one day?
So I walked out of that tribal council with Karen. First of all, I didn't realize that she had voted for me, so that comes later. But I walked out and I felt like my heart had been ripped out. Like I can't like I just felt gutted. Like they had taken my person from me. Um, and we get back to camp, and I just remember thinking I had seen Logan come back to camp after Laura got voted out, and she systematically sprayed every person there. It was like we had to line up to get sprayed by Logan. She's like, and you did this to me, and then you did this to me. And for me, she was like, because when Laura went out, I did a lot of work in making them think that I would vote for AJ. Once again, I don't know why anyone ever believed me saying I would vote for AJ, but and so I was talking to Logan about the fact that I'd vote for AJ and about women and how, we have kids. And so when we got back to camp, she was like, and you were talking about being a mother to me, and you were like, anyway, she had this laundry list of things that I had done to her and every other person in the camp. And I thought, I just don't want to do that. I just need, and in real life, my personality is a lot like that. If you annoy me, by God, you know about it. So I came back and I was like, just be calm. And I remember we were in the shelter and Kristen kept rubbing my leg and being like, oh, you're just too good and you're just too good at endurance challenges. And we just had to get you out. And I was like, oh, I'm so angry right now, but just calm down and calm down. And then it came out that Karen had voted for me. And I just said, oh, I don't care about that. I just couldn't think about that in that moment. It just wasn't important to me. And I was like, whatever. She was, trying to save her own skin because they kind of like, oh, she was your ride or die bestie and she wrote your name down. And how do you feel about that? And I'm like, oh, I just, whatever. I know why she did it. She was, she wanted to stay. It was her Hail Mary, whatever. I don't want to think about that. But then I try to connect with Logan and be like, oh, I feel sorry for you too. Like, you lost Karen. She was important to you as well. And then Logan takes credit for the move. And I'm infuriated. I'm like, you? It made no sense to me. I just thought, out of everyone, like, you took a shot at Karen, like, after everything she'd done to help you and protect you. Like, I just couldn't get across it. And that's really key in the rocks moment and the decision to go for Logan. And I was on one, like, I was getting her out for Karen. Like, that became my mission. And I probably didn't realize how instrumental AJ was in that at that time, because Logan took credit for it and said, oh, that was all me, babe. I did that. And I was, yeah. And it's all of that dynamic's really interesting because I sometimes wonder how things would have played out if Logan had have stayed, because she is a strategist and she is someone that could talk to me. So when they're looking at me flipping, which comes later, obviously, but what would the dynamics have been like if Logan was still around? But it doesn't end up that that's happening, obviously. But I just, like, God, I put in some work. I honestly, Miles sat down with me and gave me that talk about working from the bottom, which was actually really cute. And again, a display of Miles and I's relationship. He's giving me advice. I think people watched it and they were like, oh, Zara's not going to like this at all. She's going to find it infuriating. And I was like, this is really helpful. Thank you. He said, this is your time, Zara. This has happened to you. Don't let it get you down. You are going to be so surprised at how much this clears your mind, and it will crystallize everything for you. And he's like, look around the camp, see what you missed, and, pick yourself up. Keep going. Go and have those conversations. And so I did, which, yeah, it was a very fun scene for me to watch, Miles giving me advice.
Yeah. I don't know how anyone didn't like that. That was so adorable. If anything, and that was such a great showing of his like winner journey that is so much based, I think, on the resilience that you talk about. And it was a really good way to do that. But yeah, the idea that like Miles has to like welcome people into a club when they are on the wrong side of the boat and teach them how to deal with it is like, I think, a really wonderful story element as well, and shows the relationship. It's a really great scene, I think. So how much of like shoring up the post grads was like desperation? How much, like, if you had known, because if you had known how much AJ was doing this, like, I mean, what's the other option anyway, I guess? Like, how much of it was just like your actual want and intention versus limited options? And like, what was the work that you were putting in to get to a point where you were going to be at this 4-4 at a worst case scenario?
Yeah, I mean, I think that a lot of it also had to do with Kristen and the overnight retreat and just that combination of people. So I think that was very instrumental in giving me the opportunity to do the work that I needed to do. Because, yeah, I mean, even if I knew that AJ had done that to Karen, nothing is going to be able to take away my relationship with AJ. So, I mean, I have been with that man since day two, and we have had such a connection and on so many different levels. And I still am so surprised that no one ever clocked it. That's very strange to me, to him. We spent so much time together. We slept next to each other the first 2 weeks. I wore his jacket around the camp for the first 2 weeks. We talked a lot during tribal, during tribe swap. There were moments he said in tribal council when he was freaking out and playing with his hands and stuff, and he said, "I'd just be like, just chill, just relax. It's okay." And there was a moment at 28 days when I realized that I had been away from my kids for 28 days. I don't know why, that's that movie, but for whatever reason that number just blew my mind. Like, what kind of a mother leaves their kids for 28 days? And I went down on the beach, and AJ was like, "Oh, are you okay?" And I was like, "I'm not okay." And I just sat on the beach and cried to him for like 3 hours, to the point where they were filming us, and eventually they got bored of filming us because there was nothing happening. It was just me just being inconsolable about being away from my kids. So we had had so many human moments, and even if I had known that it was him going for Karen, he was my number one there. He was my number one right until the end. And even though I might not have been his number one, he was mine. So, as you said, I mean, there wasn't really an option forward with me to build with the girls. And then Kristen winning that reward changed everything. So, when we found out that that was that day spa reward, and Kaylin was next to me and he was coaching me, which he tends to do a lot in these challenges. And it was really terrible advice. And I was up the top of this thing, and he's like, "Zara, everybody else has got their other foot forward, swap feet." And I don't know why I listened to him, but I swapped feet and I immediately fell off this thing. And then Kristen obviously takes it off. And I was so upset. I walked out of the beach and I was actually going to cry. And I'm like, "Zara, that's pathetic. You can't cry because you don't get to go to a day spa. Like, that's just sad. You're probably going to get voted out anyway. So don't cry about not being able to wash your hair. Like, just use this as an opportunity." And when I saw Kristen take Morgan, which I thought was a really interesting choice, and Logan, and leave Kate behind and then leave me with the three boys, it was just, I call it the Justin Bieber apology tour. I just went to each of those boys systematically and pled my case and made them choose me. It wasn't really about me choosing them. They had all the options. Kaylin was incredibly close with Kristen. AJ obviously had the girls. I'm not too sure who Miles thought he had, but I had to make them pick me. It was pick me energy, actually, on the beach that day.
Yeah. Yeah, literally the definition of what that is about, like, pick me over the other girls is actually what that means. So, yeah, so the Justin Bieber apology tour, like, is it too late now to say sorry? That's the kind of vibe that you were
Yes.
doing? I assume in song, right? Yeah.
And dance, performative dance moves as well would have been great.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah.
and the
I know
stick,
Miles would respond well to that.
definitely. The sticking point there was Kalen. He was, as I said, not happy with me for going for Miles. And it was really Kalen that I had to draw back on my side. And that becomes important at 5 too, because I had seen what happens when you cross Kalen, and that scared me.
Yeah. So, how did you feel going into that tribal council? Did you know that you were going to be targeted of the four, and like you have a four of eight? Did you feel pretty good that you could get it done on like the rocks threat, or were you feeling nervous about that final eight?
So that is my favorite episode of the whole season. I actually had a big watch party at my house, and Simon and Mark came, and Simon, halfway through the episode's like, "Oh, I thought this was your boot episode. What are we doing here?" And I said, "Oh no, this is not my boot episode. This is my favorite episode." So I didn't think that they would go for me. I didn't think that that was very smart. I thought it was smarter to take out one of the boys. Obviously not Kalen. He had immunity. I thought surely they would have a shot at Miles, probably Miles actually over AJ. But we all talked about it, and we had this big coming together, and Kate was off looking for an idol, so she was just not really on the beach for ages. And we were like, we're walking around the jungle for a bit, and then the boys said to me, would you actually go to Rocks? And I was like, hell yeah, I'd go to Rocks. I've got nothing to lose at this point. I'm literally thinking I'm going to be the next one out. So I think the key factor there is that Kaylin had immunity, because I don't think Kaylin would have gone to Rocks. But Miles and AJ going to Rocks, of course I believed that they would go to Rocks, because they're just nuts. They would have thought it was funny. And we honestly had a pretty good idea that the girls wouldn't go to Rocks. I don't think I thought they wouldn't know what it was, but I didn't think that they would do it.
Yeah, so why is that your favorite episode? Just in like, as you said, the lawyer type advocating and just like the pure war of it all. Like, what's your favorite part of that?
It was just, it's Survivor. You have the most fun playing with the bottom, from the bottom. I will say that it's not that fun playing from the top. It's kind of boring. You know what's going to happen. But when you just have no idea what's coming, I didn't know who they were going to be voting for. I also thought, I really felt like the boys were showing up for me. And I felt like they were doing it for me afterwards, when I knew that I got the votes. And even beforehand, I just thought, wow, look at the relationships that I've built out here. These boys are like, they're here for me, they're with me, they're behind me. So it was, yeah, it was just a really fun time, like going and doing something so chaotic. I had nothing to lose. I just didn't really care. I was at a stage too where I thought, if I go out tonight and I end up on the jury, what a fun way to go out. It just, yeah, it was all roses for me from there.
Yeah, so I mean, this is going to be an interesting end stretch through the 765, because I feel like every episode we would come on the podcast and be like, they should vote out AJ, and like you were such a big part of that, to the point where we felt like, because they kept coming to you, it isn't unfortunate. It has been an unfortunate thing in like other seasons where that person, almost by virtue of being the most accessible, is like, then juries are mad. They're like, I came to you and you said no. It's like, well, why stop coming to me? Like, and so we were kind of worried about that for you from a jury perspective. We also saw outs for you to try and take out AJ. Now, your relationship with AJ was not as evident on screen. Like, we know you had a relationship, obviously the postgrads, like, and the graduates, like, that was clear. But like, even in the way that AJ spoke about it in his deep dive as being so core, and the way that you speak about it as well, like, we didn't necessarily know that. Was there any other pathway for you here at the, well, we'll talk about 5 at length, I'm sure, but like getting here to this, like, Kristen vote at 7, I kind of wanted you, I think I said you and Kristen take out like an AJ, especially because Kaylin is always so immune. But and there's another option, but AJ as well, like, being, as we like are going to learn, like a really big jury threat. Take out like an AJ, bounce between groups. Was there ever anything for you there when like Kristen goes, or is it just like we're now full speed ahead on the post grads, like getting to this final group?
Well, so I listened to your podcast with what was truly an amazing idea about Kristen coming to me and saying, let's be buddies. Let's tie ourselves to each other and ride through it. Now, would that ever have happened? No, but that was an amazing idea, and one that I would have listened to. But the problem here was, first of all, those girls had voted for me, like, like just before to go. And I don't think, through all of this, I wasn't on the bottom of the alliance of the graduates. That was Miles. So I don't think that they were targeting the right person. And the fact that they kept coming to me, and I definitely looked at it vote by vote. So Kristen, you see saying, I can't work with Zara, I'm done. I wasn't aware that we were at that kind of stage. But Kristen and Kaylin were very much scaring me. And AJ and Miles. The closeness that Kristen and Kaylin had was dangerous in my eyes, when I just wanted everyone to be the closest with the graduates. So, and we talked about this in Final Tribal as well, but AJ, Miles, and I said, we need to get out Kristen, but we need to make Kaylin think it's his idea and his move, so that he feels like he has agency here. So we just kind of ran through all the different options. And then Kaylin finally said, "What about Kristen?" And the three of us were like, "What a great idea, Kaylin. Let's do Kristen." But at that point, first of all, Kristen didn't really pitch anything to me that I liked hearing. She pitched AJ, which, as we've spoken about, not an option for me. Secondly, Kate and Morgan, I mean, I don't think they even came to me with anything, and they were just such a tight two that it was problematic. And then the other thing that I thought was Kristen, actually, out of the three of them, was the one that was strategizing the most. She was coming to me with the most ideas. So that to me made her the most dangerous, because I thought that she was going to go to Kaylin with these ideas. So yeah, she was the one that I wanted to not be there. But what you said would have been perfect. If she had come to me and said, let's do it together, then that would have been a great idea. But the fact of the matter is that the three girls were saying, you leave that group and you come over to us and you can be our leader and you do whatever you want. You tell us who to get out. And I was saying, it doesn't really work that way. If you want me to jump from here where I'm comfortable, you've got to give me something. Like what are you giving me? Like, what's the path? Where are we going? Like, I vote out AJ, then what? You guys just turn on me and you get rid of me next. Like, there was nothing there for me that gave me any incentive to keep them. And I just sort of thought, they're the ones making a misstep here. They keep coming to me and asking me to flip, and then I say no. And then they come again and ask me to flip, and I say no. Like, at some point, that's on them, and they needed to start going through different options or think of different things. And I hate that it makes me look wishy-washy.
Yeah.
Because I think I was just trying to listen. Because what am I supposed to do when they keep coming up to me in the middle of tribal council and trying to talk to me? But I should have just shut it down, I guess, more than what I did.
Yeah. Well, I mean, as you said, they're just kind of offering you a 4 from another 4. Not like a more kind of intricate pathway. But I love what you said about the my plan, because I feel like I want that to be the tagline of the podcast: amazing ideas that will never happen. That's the podcast motto at this point. However, I think when we looked at those groups, between going through like the comfortable thing, like that group I thought was like, okay, you had like your Kates and your Kristens, Morgans, and Olympiad in terms of like physical and a really similar physical archetypes to you, which is an issue. And also the lack of trust, and also they're not offering you anything good. My concern with the group you in with the postgrads was like the jury potential. Now I'm interested to hear your end game plans. As you said, you kind of want to get to a final tribal council and let like the lawyer come out and do that. AJ was a big jury threat. Miles, it might have been a little amped up in the edit how clear that was. He's obviously going to get a lot of jury votes against Kaylin. Kaylin, it was like we didn't know, because it was such like, and that definitely wasn't seen as much out there, but it felt like it was like either going to be a big hit or a big miss. AJ especially, I kind of felt like from a jury perspective that the postgrads were the issue. Were you thinking much about the end game and who you wanted to sit next to and what that would look like if you kept going down this path with the postgrads as you did?
Yeah, I think as well with the boys, I know them. I have worked intricately with them since day 2. I don't really know the girls. I don't know their strategies. I don't know their plans. I don't know how they think. I don't know how they react. I don't know anything about what they're trying to do to get themselves to the end or how they think they're going to get there. Whereas with the boys, it's like, I've got a really good read on them. I know how they're going to react when this happens or that happens. And it just seemed to me, and I trust all of them. I don't trust those girls at all. So it made no sense for me to be with them. But I think I keep saying, you've got to actually get to the end to pitch your case. So I had to feel like I had people that I could trust that were going to vote with me. And that's how I felt about those boys, particularly AJ. He was the person that I trusted the most to take me through to the end. And I get what everybody's saying. I watched the TV show too. It looks obvious that I should take a crack at AJ. I was never going to do that. He was my number 1. So yeah, we can talk about it more when we get down to 5. But that's where I was at with the girls in that particular moment. And I found it really shocking when Kristen walked out of tribal council and she was like, wow, I really thought we had Zara there. And I was like, really? What?
Okay.
Okay. And the other thing is, do I want to be working with people who don't know what rocks are? Or do I want to be working with these people who are strategizing and thinking constantly and coming up with game plans? You know, AJ used to sit down with me and draw little lines in the sand of all these paths, and this path connects to this path, and over here, and then that could happen. And we had so many variables all planned out of how it was going to play out towards the end. And am I going to want to be going down this path or with the people who don't understand rocks?
Well, probably pros and cons to both, honestly. Like, David Jennett, I know you probably haven't seen this season, and honestly not really worth your time. But he took it down to a win with people who didn't understand rocks. Like sometimes it works out very, very well. And then, because of maybe like less competitive kind of vibe from a strategic perspective, but also it can be chaos. And I think that that's an interesting choice to make in Survivor as well about like the kind of ally you choose. And yeah, it's gone probably well in both ways and poorly in both ways. But that is really interesting. So getting down to this final six. So we've heard that Morgan was going to go. Like you really wanted to be Kate, as we've heard a lot of like Kate, the similar skill sets you've spoken through that. It looked on the TV show like that is what it was going to be. I couldn't imagine it wasn't going to be that. And I understand that they had to make it look like it was Kate because she's going to win a challenge and that makes it a more exciting moment than like Morgan was going to go and then Morgan did go. I get that. How did this happen where it was going to be Morgan? What are you thinking through? And something I always find really interesting about this final six vote, I mean, I think we, Miles style, did talk about it at length through future podcasts because if it was going to be a split, which it intended to be before a challenge, it felt like anyone could have come over the top of the split. It felt like there's a lot of agency there and all of these really individual endgame votes. Clearly, as we'll see with the final five, one vote matters very, very much. So it feels like in this endgame, there's a lot of agency. So how are you kind of wielding that here in what you wanted to happen and what was going to happen here at this final six?
So I thought that final six vote initially was going to be Kate. I thought that was obvious. And I had a big chat with AJ, and he said, classic AJ style, I know I promised you it would be Kate, but can we talk about Morgan? And I was like, absolutely not. No, I'm done with this. You do it all the time to me. No, it's got to be Kate. I'm digging my heels in. I don't want to hear anything else. I was ropeable. I'm like, not this again. Like, just, she's got to go. And what I did do then, upon some reflection and listening to AJ, he said, can you just do me a favor and just observe over this next little bit, Morgan and Miles? Just observe it. Like, I know that I've promised you Kate. If that's what you want to do, we'll do it. But can you just go and look at the two of them together? Because he said, that is where Miles is going. That's Miles's option. Morgan is not really talking to anyone except Kate and Miles. And so I went and started watching Morgan and Miles, and I was like, he's right. I see it. I see this path for Miles. Like, I know that Miles is going to try and do something. And I started to see that it could be Morgan. So then went back to AJ and I was like, you're actually right. Okay, I see it. I do think Morgan has to go next. And AJ said, okay, this can't come from me because Miles won't believe it. If it comes from you that you want to get rid of Morgan, he'll believe you. So I went back to Miles and to a lesser extent Kaylin, and I said, I think it's got to be Morgan. We need to keep Kate around. And I did have a better relationship with Kate, so it sort of made sense. But it becomes important later because then Miles thinks that I'm happy to continue working with Kate beyond that five. So, yeah. And it was an interesting tribal in that we had that immunity halfway through. Again, I was not really paying any attention. Kaylin was giving me terrible advice from the bench again, telling me, oh, you've lost Zara and your structure's not good and it doesn't look good at the bottom there. And like, I was not trying. And then I actually nearly won. So that was kind of cool, apart from that one little card that fell down at the top. But in the end, to me, it didn't matter too much, to be honest, if it was Morgan or Kate at that point. But that little turn.
Yeah. You talk about.
Sorry.
No, go. Yeah, the turn.
Well, me turning it from Kate to Morgan does become important. That little pivot.
Yeah, right. So with Miles though, because you're like Miles is going to do something, and from what we saw, I think accurately, Miles was trying to do something with you. Now I'm not saying Morgan wasn't an option. I'm just saying you were a big option to him, and we see with at the final five, he's going to invest everything in you to his detriment, actually. So was any part of you considering that? Like this is like a, especially like as we kind of work through to the final five and like looking even a little bit before that you like because it's been you've been able to be post grad strong, but at a point it's going to be like Miles v AJ, and you're going to choose AJ. But how was your considerations through all of that, and through the fact that Miles was heavily investing in you through this kind of late portion of the game?
Um, I think the problem became that I didn't trust Miles. I didn't really trust his word. And he is an incredibly chaotic player,
Right.
as we have spoken about. And there were times leading up to this where we'd be going into tribal council and he'd say to me, "Oh, I'm going to vote for this person and you can vote for that person and you can flip your vote if you want." And then that person would go home. And my brain is like, "Miles, I don't work like that. I want to be with you. Like I want to walk into a tribal council and you know I've got your back and I'm like I am writing this person's name down and when it comes out of the part, of the little pot, you're like, "Oh yes, she did what she said you were going to do." Like that I don't want the surprises and the chaos that he lives for. So by the time we got to this end stage of the game, I just didn't really trust that he was going to do what he said he was going to do. And there was a chat about him having an idol. And yeah, it just became, I felt I really needed someone. This was the other part. I needed someone to want me to be at 3 because nobody wanted to take me into that big endurance challenge. That was problematic for me. It was common knowledge that I was probably going, I mean, now with hindsight and having a look at it, and there was that element of height at the end, I probably wouldn't have beaten Kaylin anyway. But it was commonly thought that I was going to win that. So yeah, I. And the other part of the Miles and I relationship is that if he had have come on board with me to get rid of Kaylin, that would have been different. And that was what I came to him with. And he said, "No, it's got to be AJ." Sorry.
So when was that? That was at 5? You mean he
Yeah.
wanted to get rid of Kaylin?
But
You wanted to get rid of Kaylin at 5, and he said he had to be AJ.
yeah. So I'd been talking to Miles and I said, if Kaylin doesn't win immunity, we seriously have to consider getting him out. Like he would be the person that I would want to go for. And then obviously it plays out and
Right.
I win at 5 and I win the immunity at 5. And I went to Miles and I said, like, this is the time. Like, I think we should take Kaylin out. And he said, absolutely not. It's got to be AJ.
Right. Yeah. Okay. So I've given a lot of thought to this final five. Okay.
Go
I
for
think it might be you and then like AJ and Miles and then me. And like it's too much. I've given so much thought. So much thought. There's so much here. Okay. So I want to work through there's 3 options. So like you mentioned, so Kaylin is the person you want. You said in the X interview you should have taken out Kaylin. I'm gonna like I don't think Kaylin, because I think Kaylin was a really good person to sit next to. And I think this is a difference of opinion in terms of you just want to like get to the end, be a lawyer, and I wouldn't back myself. Well, it's not like I'm not backing you. I don't think anyone should just get to the end. I think like my way of thinking about things is like get to the best possible end. So I would want to be keeping Kaylin around, especially kind of hearing in the deep dives, because all of my thoughts clearly evolve with all the deep dives. Like Kaylin wasn't like even at that point, it's very late game. Like Kaylin's not taking off the mask enough. The way you're looking at him is going to be the perception of the jury. He is going to be the person who loses against Miles. Like Kaylin's a great option to sit next to, and I don't know that I would be looking to take him out. That's kind of how I feel about Kaylin, and I want your thoughts on all of my thoughts. Then there's your plan, which is to take out. Well, there's the eventual plan as Zara has a coffee fit through. No, Zara's okay. No, then there's so your plan, what you did was to take out Kate. My concerns around this was that firstly, I wanted a stronger jury argument of you taking out AJ and then hopefully getting to a final 3 and like taking out Miles. Now, I will say through the deep dives, I don't know how necessary that strong a jury argument is, and I feel like maybe you don't have to like really hit it as hard as I thought you needed to. So I want to kind of talk like credit that. However, my concerns are getting to a final three as you're intending to with AJ and Kaylin. There's the fear that firstly Kaylin takes out AJ and goes to the end with you. If he wins that challenge and he takes out AJ, now you can't really credit Miles as much because you've all taken him out at 4. You can't credit AJ, and Kaylin can, especially if he didn't cry. That would be even better. And I feel like it kind of weakens your argument against Kaylin if that's what you're going to do. Or worse, Kaylin actually takes AJ to the end and cuts you, which I do actually think was a realistic threat. So I think a 3 with AJ and Kaylin, which was your intended 3, not even Miles's intended 3, even as he gets there, there are concerns. Then if you're going to win that challenge, I wouldn't sit next to AJ. So I think that that's kind of in your path of wanting to go to the end with AJ and Kaylin. I think that there are possible issues there. And then in terms of what I wanted to do in taking out AJ, I think that, okay, this is a lot, but I feel like I wanted you to use Kate as a shield at 4. Now, I think there are pitfalls of this, which is that Kaylin is harder to corral than I had wanted in that final 4. I kind of felt like maybe then you have Kate as a really good shield, and you can hopefully shore up with Kaylin to be like, we should sit next to each other at the end. We should take each other to the end. I can win and take you. But if Kaylin thinks he's going to beat anyone at the end, which I think was largely true, if Kaylin thinks he's going to win a final challenge, he's not relying on you as much as I kind of hoped. And that, so I don't know if I'm passing this out well, but I kind of think the more I've thought about it, the more I've heard in deep dives, I think where I sit with it is I wouldn't take out Kaylin here. But I think that I still think I lean to taking out AJ, but I think that taking out Kate had more legs than I thought. But I'm just kind of worried about that AJ Kaylin final 3. Did any of that make sense? Or is it like, am I word vomiting just
No,
my
I'm
thoughts
just
over months of this?
I'm just making some notes with some
Let's pass it
colour
out.
put in.
Let's do it together. Yeah.
Firstly, with Kaylin, I inaccurately read the jury's view on Kaylin. I thought that he was going.
Okay.
I thought that the perception of Kaylin in the eyes of the jury, and I was shocked when I came out and spoke to them and realized how little they thought of his game. So I thought he's this beautiful person. Like everybody loves him. He has dominated every single challenge. And I thought he was getting up steam. You know, he started off poorly with the strategy where he would, what was crying at the thought of writing Rich's name down to, I'd seen it. I'd seen Kaylin, as I say, get a bit snarky and not be happy when things don't go his way and get in my face a bit when he wasn't happy about the way that votes had gone. So that was a shock to me. The other thing was using Kate as a shield. I have to say that at this stage of the game, Kate was pretty done. It was very taxing for all of us, emotionally, physically, mentally, and I didn't really see Kate anymore as a viable option for a shield. And I also thought that I was going to win that final 3 challenge. So, not thought, I was certain. So that didn't really factor into my decision making. So I was thinking, if I get to 3, I will win. I choose who comes to final 2 with me. Does that change any of your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's hard because it's like how we're reading the jury, how you're reading the jury, what the jury actually was. And it's interesting with the jury because I feel I love this card. This card, it's a great jury. It's a it's a real like thinking jury about like the game, and even to the point where like in the deep dives there's so much still like, well, they would have been like open to hearing things, and like that's great, but it makes it a bit difficult to like be like, well, like who do you really need to sit next to, like who do you really have a chance next to, because like how are you looking at the jury? If Kaylin has a really good shot, who do you see as a bad shot? Because you're looking to take it. So is it AJ? Like how are you looking at the jury and like who you're looking to sit next to?
With AJ as well, it became to me towards the end that, and so AJ, Kaylin, and I spoke about the fact, mostly Kaylin spoke about this actually, that he didn't think that Miles had played an honourable game. And that's why he wanted to go to final 3 with us. He was like, it's been messy, it's been sloppy, it's been chaotic. I don't respect it. So it also became a bit to me about, if not me, who? Like, I respected AJ so much that I would have been happy for him to win. So, and I just would have been happy to sit next to him. But my trajectory through was that I was cutting Kate at 5. Miles was absolutely going at 4, no question. 3 would have been Kaylin, AJ, and I. I was going to win that challenge. And then I was going to pick. And I have said to AJ that I would have taken him through. But in that moment, much like Kaylin did, would I have changed my mind and taken Kaylin? Probably. And then I back myself in that final tribal council. As I keep saying, I'm a lawyer. I had set moves that I could claim and talk about. And I just think I would have demolished him. And though that jury was, very strategic, very smart, very like they respected that element of it. So yeah, that was my forward path.
Yeah. I think something with the post grads is that there's a lot to speak to for all of you. Like even Kaylin, who's going to be the final tribal council loser, as you said, there's a lot that more like you thought there was more there than there ended up even being. And with that being the case, then like the jury argument does become very imperative. And I think that the biggest part for me about taking out AJ at 5, and again, he's your number one. So, but like, it's like also like we're 2 days before the end of the game. So like, I feel like numbers becomes less relevant to me. Although to be fair, it's like who's going to take you through to final challenges. Like it's still very relevant through multiple votes. But I do think that you also have to be looking at like what the jury wants. And at the point where everyone's a big jury contender, I think the biggest thing for me was like taking out AJ at 5 and then taking out like Miles at 3, especially against Kaylin, if Kaylin is going to have more legs as you thought he would. There's something really powerful there. And something I've argued with AJ about even since his deep dive is like there's this kind of perception where like I don't think I understand the disparity. Like for me, either way, you are the only one who knows what's happening at a 2-1-1-1. You're the only one in Global Survivor history who knows that, no matter what you do, and you'll always be able to speak to that. But there's kind of this perception of like, if you take out AJ, that's Miles's move. But I'm like, but if you took out Kate, why is that not AJ and Kaylin's move? Like you're with them anyway on that split, right? So I think I don't understand the discrepancy around you're playing Miles's game if you take out AJ, but you're playing your game if you take out Kate. Like all of it attaches to someone doing something that's not as much as you. Like they're not deciding on the 2-1-1-1 either way. Like they don't know everything happening the way you do, no matter what you choose. Do you know what I mean? But I feel like definitely the way like AJ has spoken about it is like, well, that's Miles's move versus Zara's move, and I'm like, well, they're both Zara's move. You know what I mean? Like, does that make sense?
Yeah, I guess it's the execute, like that. I would have just been executing it, and it was, Miles would have been the architect. And when
Yeah.
he, when we met up and had that conversation, and I said I want it to be Kaylin, and he said no, it's got to be AJ, and that was 100% his idea. That was zero.
Right.
That wasn't a collaboration, and that I think.
Mm.
And obviously it doesn't matter because Miles won anyway, but that speaks to the way that Miles played the game. He only thought about things from his point of view. If he had have finessed it a bit with me and tried to sell it to me and been like, think about what the jury's going to do, and you will be the dragon slayer with me, and we can sit together at the end, and I will take. There was none of that. It was just like AJ's got to go. It's got to be now. Like let's get him out. And I went back and like I considered everything, obviously. I went and spoke to AJ. Oh, and also the idol has to be spoken about too, because that became
Yes.
that big
Yeah.
mess as well. So that's a consideration too. I went and spoke to AJ, and I very delicately tried to say to him, Miles is coming for you. And he would not hear it. That I wished it had been shown a bit. We were standing around the well, and I said to him post game, I tried so hard to tell you that Miles was coming for you, and you just didn't want to listen to me. And he has said to me, why did you just not flat out say to me that this was what's happening? And I said, I just don't think you were going to believe me. Like, you just didn't want to hear it. So there's something to be said there where I should have maybe told AJ, and we could have, I don't know, tried something else. But the idol as well is obviously a huge problem. And going into that vote
Yeah.
too, Miles had said to me, I have an idol, but he said it to me a couple of minutes before tribal and didn't show it to me. I should have asked if I could see it. So Yeah, I didn't really believe him either that he had this idol, but I also wasn't willing to risk the chance that he did and then make a big mess of it that way as well. That would have been funny actually if I had voted for Miles
Yeah.
and those got negated and then it was just all the ones by themselves. But that was my
Yeah, that
thought
would have
process.
been interesting.
Mm,
So,
yeah,
okay, a few things here. I mean, I felt like for me, in terms of, okay, so it's Miles's plan, but like I wanted you to do the plan to undercut Miles because you're going to take him out at 3. Like that was my whole. It was like, okay, like Miles thought I was playing his game, but I was always going to cut him at 3 because Miles had invested in you to take him through to a final 2, but you didn't trust Miles in that. So I think that that's kind of like how I was like, it wouldn't be Miles's plan because Miles would be actually doing your game because you're going to cut him. I think that, but then with a lack of trust in Miles, I think that's really tough. I think that the way I look at the AJ versus Kate of it all now, like putting the Kaylin part aside, which we've discussed. Like I think that the AJ part that I wanted is a stronger jury argument because it's baller. Like taking out AJ then like Miles to me is like I love that. However, I don't know that you needed as strong a jury argument as I thought you did. I think maybe you could have spoken to anyway the path that you end up taking. I also thought that that going through with Kate as a shield was still quite a safe path for you. And like if Kate's not as good as shield, I think that there are pitfalls possibly there. However, I mean, obviously, like it's quite a good path in the other way, except for the fact that Miles is about to win immunity. So I think that those are like the two things. It's like how do you get through to the end? And I thought it was maybe kind of equal. Maybe even Kate as a shield was maybe a little bit better, but like pretty equal to get through. And then the jury chances, I thought that taking out AJ was better. However, I don't know that you need I don't know if you need that as much because it feels like the jury were very open to hearing whatever you were going to say and that you could argue it pretty well anyway. So I do think it's interesting now. I think the way I look at it now is like, especially because everyone had so many opinions of it, I think both have validity. Like I think that then maybe that's like really fence sitting considering everyone had so many feelings. I know I did about this move, but I do think that I see the validity to both. I definitely see more pitfalls in my plan than I did in terms of like it needs a lot of like shoring up with Kaylin at 4, which is quite tough. I definitely see that mine's not as necessary as I thought, but I still think I see some concern. I mean, I guess the biggest concern is like having to make that choice between Kaylin, who you think is like a good jury option, and AJ, who is a like really good jury option at 3, is quite tough as well. So, like looking at the final 3, like in that moment, are you looking like I will take AJ? But it's more like when you get there, maybe you aren't going to take AJ at a final 3. But like, how are you looking at it? Do you think in the moment of thinking you'll win a final challenge to take AJ or Kaylin?
yeah. I have to say about 4 as well. When I came back to camp that night, it was a killer move. Everyone was like, wow, that was ice cold. Like the perception of those guys, for me, I thought I
Yeah,
have
yeah,
nailed this. I was like, all you idiots were voting for each other. You had no idea what was going on. I knew absolutely everything. AJ, you didn't believe me that Miles was coming for you. Look at that. Like, I had to make him write your name on the piece of
yeah,
parchment and hold it up into your face for you to get it. And they were all like, that was ice cold, Zara, like killer. And if Miles had
yeah,
not won that immunity the next day, he was going home. So there is, we are already at final 3 in that scenario. And if I had have won, that move would have looked amazing. It's just the benefit of hindsight and the fact that I didn't win that it doesn't look cool. And the fact that the jury kind of went, she didn't take out AJ, who all of them had a different relationship with AJ as well than what I did. Um, so
yeah. But can I just say on that as well that like it was cool, but I think my point is like it would have been cool anyway. Do you know what I mean? Like you were always going to be doing the 2-1-1-1, and that was always going to be impressive that you're the only person who's ever known where 5 different votes are going to build on it. Do you know what I mean? So I feel like for me, yeah, it was cool. Like even in the decision that you made, like I mean, everyone wanted to like from an audience perspective, we're screaming like take out AJ, take out AJ. Like even in stuff in 48 now, it's like take out the threat, take out the threat. And from an audience perspective, that's very easy to do. But I think like I mean, for me, think that there are a lot of like cool points regardless on like you were the only one to know where those votes were going, and that's incredibly difficult. And again, like a global first. So like I definitely get why people thought that was cool. I just feel like that would have been true either way, like either way, you are the only person doing that.
But I feel like as well, if I had have taken out AJ, what's to stop the three of those guys ganging up on me and voting for me? I've already said, you
Yeah.
know, or a 2-2 split, and I end up in fire against
Yeah.
Kate.
Yeah.
Disaster. I
Well,
didn't
that's
want that.
exactly my point. Because then, yeah, I think for me, then you have Miles, and then I'm relying on you having Kate as a shield and shoring up with Kaylin. Um, and both of those things might have been harder than I was giving it credit for. I do think if that's true and those things are harder, I do think it is a harder path than what should have had you in a final three if Miles doesn't win immunity. So I can't speak to that. Like if that does make it a harder path for I think a really cool jury argument. Both are good. You know what I mean? Like both are good, but like to me, I like just taking out AJ seems like such a cool jury argument. But again, if you don't need that as much, maybe it's not worth the trickier path. And it was a trickier path than I gave it credit for. So these are all the things through the deep dives that I've been like, okay, here was my assumptions. Here are your assumptions. Here's where it's at. And I'm trying every time to try and like listen to the jury, listen to like the pathway, listen to like how it is working with Kaylin, who's such a core part of this, and then like change how I'm seeing the path and the jury argument and like change how you're seeing the path and the jury argument. And I think that's where I get to like both are interesting. Like both are interesting ideas. I think I don't want to fence it, but I think that that's kind of where I get to in that. Both maybe have pros and cons, and then it's like how you weigh it up compared to and then you come onto like I come onto the podcast with analysis that's like super binary, which is probably better content than fence sitting. However, I think what is interesting about it in like when you hear like the nuanced ideas of it is like okay, like and that's what you say you weighed it up. Like there were interesting ideas kind of all around, and what's going to end up being a very big move when you're the only one of five people who knows how something's going to go. Like you're going to be making a very interesting decision either way. I feel.
Hmm. Yeah, I think too. There was no denying that getting Kate out was going to be my move, and I wanted. I had been. I felt as well that it would have been weak of me not to follow through on that because I had said Kate's name so many times since merge.
Yeah, I think I see that. I definitely like it's definitely evolved for me over time, and maybe will continue to. I hope I'm not here in like 5 years, like but what about this? What about this element to it? Because it's so interesting and so kind of nuanced. But I definitely see it. And I definitely see why my path was trickier than I gave it credit for, and why your jury argument was better than I gave it credit for at the time as well, which definitely like evens things up, I think, in a really interesting way. But I've spent so much time thinking about this. But okay, we're going to talk about like what your final three would have been, what the final four looks like. But you said about Miles's idol as well. Like, how was that factoring in for you? Because I do think if it's like, okay, it's either Miles's move or maybe AJ and Kaylin's move. How much can it be your move? Attaching to Miles, who has an idol, might give him a little bit more power and agency in that being his move if AJ goes. If you're attaching to Miles, who is in ways doing something you don't know is going to happen with an idol at that point at the final five.
Hmm. Yeah, I mean, I definitely just thought that if I just went with Miles's plan, it would just look like I was riding on Miles's coattails, and especially because there was the perception that AJ and I were so close. I just thought nobody is going to think that this was my idea
Yeah,
or plan. This is not something that I would suggest.
right.
It doesn't make any sense for me. The only person that it does make sense for is Miles because everybody thought that those two had an extremely similar game. So at some point, they were going to have to detach from each other. So yeah, and I mean the idol. Yeah, it just. I mean that was his fourth one. I was in so many minds about that. He told me about it. I'm like, sure, say it ain't so. Surely this can't be happening again. But as I said, I didn't want a chance that he was telling the truth. I wish I had have said to him, show it to me, so that would have given me I could have either gone back to AJ and said, he's shown it to me. I know he's got it. That's proving that he's giving me information you don't have. Or alternatively, I could have been with him and gone, okay, well, you are going to pull that out at tribal, but if I take, my vote and do something else with it, maybe I can take ownership of it a bit more because once again, it's very different playing Survivor when you know you're safe. Like Miles felt complete comfort making this big move because he was safe. So, yeah. And by the
Yeah,
way,
it
it
would
is
have been
common
interesting
knowledge.
voting.
I looked for idols second to Miles. I looked constantly for idols. I am a mum of 3 kids. I am constantly finding the missed sock, the ribbon that's come out of the hair. I am incredibly good at looking, so I do not know how I didn't find one of four at least.
Yeah, well, it would have been interesting. I don't know what would have happened if you do vote for Miles and then it's Kate, AJ, Kaylin, and just you and Miles who are immune are voting. You can't go to Rocks. This is a finicky type of 48 pre-merge thing where it's like, are they making fire? Like, yeah, I guess, yeah, maybe if he's voting for AJ and you're voting for Kate, maybe they make them make fire. That's probably what happens.
Mm.
Right. Well, that leads in well to the final four, where fire will be a big discussion on this because, as you said, like if Miles doesn't win, that's the pathway that he goes. But then once Miles wins, um, yeah, it's a tricky spot. How were you kind of looking at it then? There was the hopes of like a 2-1-1. You were hoping that that AJ as your number one would come with you to vote like a Kaylin in a 2-1-1, or you were targeting AJ from a fire perspective. Like, what was really what you wanted to happen at the point where Miles wins immunity, which is not the intended thing to happen at that point.
Oh, so Miles winning immunity is honestly like we had sat down and calculated out the statistical probability of him winning, and we thought it was 8%. We had Kaylin, the challenge beast, who had won everything, like everything at that point. We knew it was going to be a tricky, long, obstacle-y thing, and there was just no contention. We thought that Kaylin, sorry, would absolutely win it. And we had discussed as well amongst us the idea, much like Kenzie and Liz do, when Liz comes and helps Kenzie in the US Survivor to finish the challenge so that
Yeah.
they can get Maria out. We were like, let's do that. If it looks like something that one of us can do that the other can't do, let's just all help each other so that we can win. And post game, when Kaylin called me, he said, if I had have come and helped you throw those sandbags and then you got over the wall, do you think you could have done that little balance challenge at the end? Like, could you have won that? And I said, oh, like I have absolutely no idea. And anyway, it didn't happen. But these are all the iterations that we're going through post game as well. So I mean, you see my face when Miles wins that challenge. I'm just like, oh no, this is bad. Like this is a disaster. The three of us. I mean, Miles was just going next. There was no combination. There was nothing that could shield him. He couldn't find an idol. We thought he wouldn't win immunity. He was just going. So when I got back to camp, I actually thought that Miles would vote with me, and I didn't factor in how salty he was at me for the previous night's vote. So once I did that to him, because as I have said, this entire game, we've been very quick to recover. And I thought if the path looked right, Miles will forgive me. Like I thought he was voting with me. And he told me that he was voting with me. So I thought that, well, I mean, I thought that AJ would vote with me too. I was really shocked that I was shocked that I couldn't get, that three of us couldn't vote for Kaylin. I thought that would be the next step. So yeah, it was like
Yeah.
I genuinely thought that I was going into fire that day. The four of us spent a lot of time that day making fire. I'm wearing a terrible Lorna Jane activewear outfit instead of a cute dress because I was like, I spent much more time making fire that day than I did strategizing because I thought that was what was going to end up happening to me.
So AJ not prioritizing you as his number one and prioritizing Kaylin came as a surprise at that point for you.
It did. Yep, I underestimated their relationship. And this is the other thing that I have said about five is that at five, AJ was every single person's number one. He was my number one, he was Kate's number one, he was Miles's number one, and he was Kaylin's number one. So that man, I mean, his social game out there, which does not get shown, was incredible to watch. And as I said, at the end there was a lot going on. At final six, emotions were high. There was, we're all getting towards the end of the game. People are shattered. We're fatigued. Miles and I really switched off from the human element. He and I both were just like talking about strategy, trying to get to the end. AJ went the other way and was so human and caring about everyone, and yeah, he just could not have been more on top of his social game at that point. So yeah, I mean he was like that with everyone, but I definitely thought that I was the closest to him, and I was shocked that it was Kaylin and not me.
So at the point where you have to vote for AJ, obviously as a like better competitor for yourself, like better to go against, I mean, than Kaylin, who are you hoping sends you to fire with him? Are you hoping that Miles is also voting for AJ at that point?
Yeah, I thought that Miles was voting with me and that he would attempt to get AJ out, but he didn't want to give AJ the credit of having a fire win on his resume. So honestly, any combination of those three boys would have beaten me at fire. So it was, yeah, it was tough. And that's why,
Yeah.
again, being a lawyer, I thought I'm never going to be in this position. I will be able to talk my way out logically from this and get people to vote the way that I want to vote. But that did not happen.
Yeah. So if you get to the final three, and what could have been any iteration, like if everyone votes out Kaylin, it's you, AJ, Miles. If everyone votes out Miles, as was you hoped, it's AJ, Kaylin. And if you beat AJ and Fire, you're there with Miles and Kaylin. What was your order of choice if you'd win that final challenge with all three of those guys of who you would have picked? AJ, Miles, Kaylin. Like at the time, obviously, because how much you said that you were thinking of maybe going with AJ, how much was that little voice in your mind saying maybe not? Like, how did you see those three guys of how you were ordering it, of who you would choose to sit next to you in all of these different iterations of a final three if you win that final immunity challenge, if you're there to partake in that final immunity challenge?
Yes, so I had said that I would take AJ, and there was definitely, obviously, alarm bells ringing about why that wouldn't be a good idea. I was sort of weighing it up. Moral obligations is in, he deserves to be there. I mean, I think he should have won our season. He was the best player out there. That's my opinion. If he had have gone up against anyone, he would have annihilated them, like 8-0 victory, deal done. So I was weighing that up. I think at the time, I did think Kalen was a bigger threat than what the jury had thought that he was. And I also thought that Miles's game, people were not not so happy with it. They thought it was a bit sloppy and a bit erratic and all that sort of stuff. So order wise, it's tough now with the benefit of hindsight to do the ordering as I would have
It's
thought
really
when I,
hard.
yeah. Yeah. I mean, I will say
Yeah.
I told all of them I think that I would go to final two. I find that really funny actually, where because people didn't see Kaylin and I on screen promising each other final two, that people think it didn't happen. I'm like, that happened on day two. That man was promising everyone he was going to take them to final two. So yeah, I think AJ was the first person I would have taken through, then Miles, because I thought that I would have been able to beat him based on sentiment, and then potentially Kaylin after that. So probably the complete reverse
Yeah.
is
It's really, really tough.
how it should have
Yeah.
been done.
Yeah. And that, but
That.
and that's what's so hard about the end game because it's working out like who to sit with, and then it's also playing around people who are doing the same thing, like playing with Kaylin, who also kind of wants to go to the end with AJ, maybe, but like none of these things matter till push comes to shove, and I find it really, really tough to nail down, which is so hard for my OCD. But it's fine. We move on, and I will, make my peace with everyone else's moves in a game I wasn't on in time. Yeah, I mean, so getting through at that point. Well, not getting through. We're going to the jury at that point. What are the feelings? 40, what, 5 days of this? Yeah, how was it? How did it all kind of sink in to go to Jury Villa after the game that you played?
So at the final tribal council, when JLP says to AJ, what are you deciding on tonight? And AJ says, oh, well, I know how to write Zara's name down. I know how to spell Zara's name or something like
Yes.
that. I was gutted that he said that. Like, I was so upset that he was that flippant. And it really felt like at the
Yeah.
end there, when I realized how the tides had turned, and it felt like the three boys just kind of ganging up on me when I had thought that they were my people. With AJ saying that to me, it just felt like kicking me when I was down. And I was so upset that he had done that after our relationship that we had built. And I hugged Miles at the end and I said, it's you for me. Like, I want you to win, and I'm going to go over to Jury Villa and I'm going to smooth that path and make sure that you come out on top. And I walked out of the game and I felt really proud. I thought, I'm the last woman standing. I've gotten to the final four. It's an amazing achievement. There were things that I wanted to get done that I didn't. I really wanted to do that final three challenge. I desperately wanted to see my family, so I was quite upset about that. I'd written the kids notes that I left around the house, and I said, you know, see you in Samoa. Like, it was I'd asked production whether or not I could fly my whole
Yeah.
family over there. I wanted them all there for that final challenge, and I wanted my husband to bring my son in to watch it. I thought the twins would be a bit young and emotional, but that had really upset me because I felt like I was breaking a promise to my family. And also, production had said I wasn't allowed to do that too, by the way. You're not allowed to just fly your whole family out just because you want to.
They used
just
to do that. They've done it in
Yeah,
the past, but obviously not anymore. The budget has been cut. No more car award, no more whole families coming out onto the show. You get one. Yeah.
yeah, exactly. And so my husband was actually there, so they did fly him out, but I didn't know he was there at that
Yeah.
stage. Um, So yeah, I felt really proud and I felt really excited to walk into Jury Villa. I thought, cool, I'll get to see my people again. Like, I was so unaware of everything that had been happening in Jury Villa, and all the kind of like the bit of jury stuff and everyone coming out and facing all these questions and stuff. I just thought, yay, now I get to spend 2 nights having a holiday with my friends.
Yeah.
Oblivious.
Yeah, I totally see why that hurt at the final four. You mean you've given so much investment to AJ. I mean, when people are coming to vote out AJ, they're coming to you. You're shutting it down. You're prioritizing him absolutely. 5, 6, 7, even through, like him taking out Karen again in ways that were maybe even more acute than you had realized when Logan's taking credit for it. Like, he'd done some stuff. The hostages, you were very understanding, Zara. You were in this spousal relationship that you had with AJ. You were forgiving, you were understanding. And I think maybe the final four is kind of the culmination of like, you were a priority to AJ. Like, you definitely were. And the way he speaks about it now, you were very important to him. However, you were a priority, and AJ had all these priorities. And I think when push came to shove, choosing Kaylin, he probably didn't need to be as vocal about it, to say like he's just working out how to spell Zara, because it was like, more of a betrayal than we even saw on TV, because we really see the AJ Kaylin relationship more than we saw the relationship with you. And I totally get how for you that's like, oh, what's happening now? So yeah, I get that at that point. I mean, it would have been interesting to see your husband coming out there with all of these like single guys. We have Kaylin's mom, we have some buddies coming out, but for you actually having your actual husband and like, how are my kids? It would have been an emotional note that was not probably reached in the loved ones visit that we actually got. Not that those relationships weren't important, but like, it would have been a little bit different to have your husband out there.
Definitely. Yeah, I really wanted to bring my son, but they said, you can't. He's 11, like, he needs a chaperone. You can't send him out there. What if you're on a challenge for 8 hours and he's this little kid sitting there, like, when are we leaving? So, yeah, but
Valid.
no, you're right. I mean, even I watched the three of them with their family visits and went, oh, okay. I did get to meet Kaylin's mum when
Yeah.
I was out there, though, so that was a treat for me.
Oh, that's nice. Yeah, I've always said that if I was a loved one in that final immunity challenge, I would be bringing like movies, because it's like not just your 11-year-old son. That must be like really boring to sit there for hours sometimes watching people stand on like pointy sticks and stuff. Like, for me, I'd want my loved one to do well, but like, I'd be bored. It's just true. So looking at this final tribal council, as you said, you were kind of shocked that people felt that way about Kaylin. Um, how were you kind of looking at this final matchup? We see AJ come out of the game. We saw the jury villa. He apologized to you about saying he just needed to know how to spell Zara, which is probably true for other names. People really do need to know how to spell things, but Zara, he probably had on lock. But yeah. So how are you kind of looking at this end game, this final tribal council, this matchup of these guys? And yeah, where your vote was going, and yeah, you said you saw Kaylin's game. So if anyone kind of saw it, how much were you kind of factoring in giving your vote to Kaylin at this point, and yeah, how you were looking at it as a juror?
So when AJ came out as well, at my final tribal council, I have to say, actually, when I came out from sitting with everyone, I came out and they were all sitting waiting on the stairs for me, which was the cutest moment. Like, Karen and Laura and they were all sitting on. It was like school camp. And they were waiting for me to finish all my duties so that they could chat. And Karen and I stayed up all night and just talked, and it was a really special moment for me. And then when AJ came out, I had said to Karen, if he is in the final two, I'm not voting for that man. I am absolutely filthy at him saying that has demolished our relationship. I'm done with him. And Karen was like, Zara, calm down. Like, just take a beat. She said, let's wait until we get there. You're not going to be that sort of person who will be salty and who won't vote for the best player just because they said something that you didn't agree with. She's like, just pump the brakes. And I went, ugh, okay, fine. So when he came out in Jury Villa, and I had a crown that I was supposed to put on his head, and I said to, like, I was like, I don't want to put this crown on him. I don't want to sit next to him. I just don't want to. And I said to Karen, if he does not walk down that plank, and if the first words out of his mouth aren't, I'm sorry, we're done. And of course, he walked down, and I had to put the crown on his head, and I like jammed it on his head. And then he just turned to me and he just gave me the most heartfelt apology. And so then that was it for me. That's completely fine. Turn the page, and we now are the best of friends. He's a really important person in my life. So when it ended up just being the two boys, I think for me the game just really ended. Like, I didn't feel any bitterness. I didn't feel any, you need to speak about this. As you said, I had been with those two boys so long. I knew them both really, really well. I had a very special relationship with Kaylin where I was Mama Z and he was Baby K. And we had also had the Denise and Malcolm alliance. So it was going to be the two of us. And he just is a really beautiful person. And I felt like I knew him really well. And Miles as well. I mean, I had played so much of the game with him. And I felt like I'd seen a lot from the two of them. And as I said, when I left, I said to Miles, I think you've played the best game. I think you've been amazing. It's you for me. So I think for Kaylin to change my mind, it would have had to be something quite dramatic. And I'm just being honest because we go into these things and we would love to think that everybody's impartial and that you've got this really great chance of changing everyone's minds. But it's kind of like, for me, it was 45 days of data. Like, I'd been next to them. And for Kaylin to make me not want to vote for Miles, it really would have had to be a dramatic, rip off the mask. I did this. And even the way he voted AJ out, I wasn't here for it. The crying, the whole the whole tribal council was the three boys over in the corner crying. And Logan and I were saying, we want to hear this. Like, I want to know what's going on. And Paulie was saying, oh, don't be bitter, girls. Like, you're looking like you're so bitter. And I'm like, I'm not being bitter. This is my job now. Like, I have $500,000. I'm going to give it to someone. I think they owe it to me to be able to hear like what's being said. And yeah, I really felt like Kaylin should have owned that move. I know he was upset about it, and I genuinely don't believe that he knew that he was going to do that to AJ until that moment, So I just think, stand in it. Give us something to think about giving you the money for.
Yeah. When you say like you really thought Miles, I mean, obviously in the moment you say that to Miles, you're very angry at AJ. If it's an AJ Miles final two somehow, I don't know. Just for, I don't know, let's just talk about things Miles style. Yeah, like if it's AJ and Miles, and AJ does give you the apology that you get at Jury Villa at the beginning of Final Tribal Council, would you think you would have been AJ or Miles? Like, was Miles like your top pick, or would AJ, do you think, still have been?
No,
the number
AJ
one?
would have beaten anyone. I don't think that there's no one that would say that AJ wouldn't have beaten anyone. He was dominated our season.
But you would have voted for him over Miles.
Yes, yeah. If Karen had made me calm down without because then I wouldn't have gotten.
And you get the apology.
Well, yeah. I mean, maybe he would have apologized to me in the final tribal council, but. Yeah, I mean, AJ would have beaten anyone. It's that simple. So, but I felt at the end as well with Miles and Kaylin, I was very much just wanting to give them jury questions where they could showcase their amazing games to everyone. Like, I felt like a proud mum seeing those two boys sit up there. I was like, my
Yeah.
heart was full of love. I'm like, I think like people have said that I looked like I had tears in my eyes when Miles was speaking. And I just gave them questions that would really let them showcase how great they had played. So for Miles, it was something about social. I can't remember exactly what it was. And for Kaylin, I said, you and I have had this beautiful relationship where you've let me mother you and you were baby Kay. And can you explain how and why you did that? And so Kaylin then went around to every single player and spoke about his individual relationship with every person there. And it went for such a long time. And I'm so glad they didn't show it. And then at the end, I sort of said to Miles, okay, same question. Like, do you want to answer that as well? And Miles went, oh, no, I don't want to answer that. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah. I I do love though the idea of you being like the proud mom, and I feel like it's so fitting that you as like the mother of the graduates, like you come in again as one of like many Twitter mothers but few actual mothers on the season, to be like the core of this graduate family. Like you're so integral to getting the family together. You all of the fractures, like that's not you, like you're never going to turn on Karen. You get the post grad to the final four, you choose for Kate to go at 5. Like I feel like the same way that mothers are often like the center of the family, the heart of the family, like keeping everything together, like that was you for the graduates, the post graduates, which was like the main alliance of the season, which means you have to get a tattoo, Zara. You can't just be allowing Karen and Miles to be the only two. With this, you were the heart of the graduates. Like the tattoo has to be gotten, I think.
Oh, that's so funny. I on that as well. When I met Kaylin's mum, she said, "I don't know anything about what's gone on here, but I can only presume that you were mothering Kaylin. Am I correct?" And I said, "Oh yeah, your son. Like my goodness." I said he would walk out of the camp, and I'm like, he's missing a sock, and he doesn't know where his shirt is, and I'm running after him, going, "Kaylin, you can't go into a challenge like that. Like, please put a t-shirt on, and here's your other sock." And it was very beautiful. And then I met Miles's mum and stepmom at his finale party, and they both said, "Oh, thank you so much for mothering Miles." And I thought, gosh, I mothered Miles by giving him a lot of tough love, but yes, it was definitely a mothering attempt. As for the tattoos, I
Yeah.
think as AJ told you, he's going to get one when I get one, and vice versa, because we know that'll never happen.
Which is never going to happen. Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think a lot of people would say like it's so unfair that you have to like go out there and mother these grown men and like fully valid, but like also how amazing are mothers and women to just be like taking on all of this all the time and just like carrying it on your back through the game that you are also playing. And I think that it speaks to your game. Like mother of graduates, I think is kind of like a great like superhero name in terms of what ends up happening. And it is like a graduate based game that's going to be this post grad final four and such an important part of this entire season. But coming out of the game and watching it back, you said before we recorded you'd never heard of the term purple. You had rocks, but you didn't have the online parlance of stuff like that. So how were the like next few months of like coming back to your kids that you had to leave for so long and decompressing from it, watching it back, and now a few weeks out from it? Like, how has that whole experience been for you?
So there's the different stages. There's when you go, and then there's that period before it airs, and then there's when it actually airs. So I think there's like 3 different stages. And for me, coming back from Survivor, like it is life changing. It just is. It's changed me as a person, and I think like I've got so much more time for my family. Like I really am valuing that time. And it also has made me want to make my world a bit smaller, where I think I used to be really social and I used to be out all the time. And I'm just like, this is enough. Like I've got my people and I really want to focus on just being here and being present. And there's something to be said about going out onto an island with 20 somethings and everyone telling you that you're old all the time, because it's really made me want to use my time wisely. And just, yeah, it has made me think about my age, which I never really thought about before. But looking at these kids being like, my God, half your life is over. And I thought, yeah, okay, I've really got to make
No.
make stuff count. Like, yeah. So that's been really interesting. AJ and I had a routine that was like gym in our different states, listen to your podcast, and then do our own podcast together about what we thought about everything that you'd said. So, yeah, I have consumed many, many podcasts about all of it. And I don't think anything can prepare you for the online stuff that goes on coming off one of these shows. That was incredibly interesting for me. All the social media stuff. I think that I have a really thick skin, but it's another level. And I think sometimes in your own life, when people say mean stuff about you, it's much easier to understand where they're coming from. Whereas when it's online and it's a random stranger, it's just difficult to take. And a lot of the times as well, people would be saying horrible things about me, and you click into their profile photo, and more often than not, it's a dad holding like his little daughter in his arm and spewing the most disgusting stuff. And I'm thinking, you've got a daughter. Like, how would you feel if they go on reality TV and they're 20 and that stuff's being said about them? So yeah, I was in Melbourne on the weekend with Laura and Karen, and I said at the start when people were saying nasty things about me, and it was kind of like, oh, she's blunt, or saying stuff about my looks, and I was like, oh my god, don't talk about my looks and stuff. At least talk about my game. But then towards the end, when I did the final five move, and they're like, oh, she's the worst player ever, and she's got terrible strategy, and then I was like, oh, don't talk about my strategy. Let's go back to talking about all the other stuff if you're going to say something. So
Yeah.
you got to
Yeah.
come.
That resonates so hard for me because I feel like if I ever get anything, I'm like, no, I'd be fine if you said this other thing, but don't say that. And then if I do get the other thing, I'm like, actually don't like that either. I
Yeah.
don't want any of it. So I definitely get that. I know. I mean, like, it's breaking my heart how much of a recurrent theme the online stuff has been for this cast in having done so many deep dives. And like, there's so many parts. Like, I hate how much, like, and I get it because like you put yourself out there. I think any audience, any online audience is extreme. We like the misogyny in this every season of Australian Survivor was extreme. There was like racism in this, like a lot of the commentary in this season, which was crazy. I think we saw a bit of that. Like, there's so many things. I hate the idea of like being a part of it. Like then I'm like contributing to conversations, and I'm trying to be like, and I've spoken about this so many times, and then people will use it against me. But like, I'm trying to be kind, but then I'm also trying to be like emphatic. You know, I'm trying to have like takes, and I don't want to contribute to the vitriol in any way. And it's making it so like now having done over 24 hours. I don't know when we hit that, okay, but we did over 24 hours, I'm sure, of content. I think what I needed to get to was like 3 hours. So I think we've done well. But yeah, it's just like been such a recurrent theme that the online stuff has it's just been so hard for people through it. And like it always is going to be in every franchise. It's not just Australian Survivor, in every show, I'm sure, but like we have no solution, I think, to the fact that this is just like really not just marring people's experiences, but it's just like a tough thing to deal with in general. And I don't know what to do about it for my, like in my part in any of it, and also just in like its existence in the world.
Yeah. I mean, and because I have kids, it was a really big consideration for me. My son's on TikTok. I don't want him to see anything. And
Oh,
he was seeing things and he was forwarding them to me, and I just kind of had to keep saying,
oh,
just don't, like, I mean, not he didn't get anything in person. I was also concerned, I don't know, that someone might say something to him at school. The worst he got was that your mum is swearing on TV, which he got quite a bit.
okay, that's fine.
I was like,
Yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
well, sorry about that. But yeah, I just think, I mean, there isn't anything that you can do about it, but it's just such a bizarre thought process. So I was telling you also before we got on here that my best friend has OCD and Kate has OCD. And so for me, living out there with her was very powerful, and it made me come home, and I sort of spoke a lot to my friend about all of it. And I put this post up on my Instagram about Kate and about everything that she went through and how she's a warrior and all this sort of stuff. And the first DM I get back is like, F you. And I'm just like, what? I'm in this happy little bubble of being like, wow, that was amazing and she's amazing and I really want to congratulate her and all this sort of stuff. And then the first comment that I get back is that. It's just, I mean, why? Like what does that serve? So yeah, it's but on the flip side as well, I have had so many kind people come up to me, so many mums, kids. I was at a Lamborghini event and this man came up to me and he said, I've got a non-verbal autistic son and he absolutely loves you and he absolutely loves cars. So he said, can he come over and speak to you? But, he won't be able to talk back. And I walked away from that and I almost cried. This kid was so excited to meet me. He loved cars, so he was so excited to be all amongst the cars. And his dad's going, "Don't touch the cars." I was like, "Touch those cars. You do whatever you want to do." But so there's been really powerful moments and interactions as well, which have been really cool. And I think in my life, most of my friends are just pro Zara. They don't understand Survivor. They've all been watching it, and they've quite a few of them have been listening to your podcast too. But I could sneeze, and they'd be like, "That was amazing, go you!" So yeah, one of my friends actually reached out to AJ after listening to him on your podcast and sent him like a nice message because he said, I read every message. And so she messaged him and was like, well, I just want you to read a good one. And, she was like, I'm friends with Zara. Thank you for looking after her out there. And, you're an amazing player and all this sort of stuff. And then he texted me. He's like, do you know this person? I was like, yeah, she's one of my best friends. I didn't know she was going to do that. But yeah, so it really has been life changing, and now I have all these weird and wonderful characters in my life too, which I think is cool for my kids, cool for my family to be exposed to all these different kinds of people.
Yeah. Well, firstly, your friends have to stop listening to the podcast. I think that I joked with Laura that that's how I get listeners. It's like every season I get 24 new listeners, but like it's fine. The listenership will survive. The players and their loved ones must cease to listen to the podcast. I think but this cast, honestly, and this is why one of the many reasons, like I've now done 24 plus hours of deep dives. It's like I really respected and loved. And again, I don't think I would be this gracious, but like you and Laura and so many people, like I come on, and again, like, and we spoke about this a little bit before the podcast about like how it's so hard to analyze, especially in Australian Survivor edit. I was saying how it's my favorite format to analyze and my least favorite edit, because especially when you come back and there's so many other considerations, some of which I couldn't possibly know. And then I come in emphatic because that's who I am. And then I'm sure listening to it as players, you're like, no, this whole other thing. And like, I can't imagine the frustration. People have to just stop listening to the podcast because we're wrong. We're idiots. I've said it many, many times. But you are right. It's like about that interaction that you said with the little boy with the cars, that it's about like finding the many, many positive things. And even how many people have been asking for a deep dive with you. I mean, that speaks for itself. I'm not on Reddit, but I do have people on Reddit who sometimes tell me things that happen on Reddit. And apparently everyone was like, we need the Zara deep dive. I'm like, it's in the works, but and that's why I tweeted being like, it's already being organized. Okay, we're already doing it. But that's, apparently a lot of people really, really wanted it. And I totally get why. It's been great to hear your perspective on it. I hope all of those people have been satiated on hearing your takes on it, because yes, so many people wanted to hear what you had to say, and there's so much of that out there, and some of it never gets said. That's the thing that's hard, or you never see it. You see a lot of the negativity, or people tend to send a lot of the negativity. There are also a lot of great people out there. Some of them send stuff, some of them don't. But yeah, I think it's trying to focus on that as much as possible. I don't think that's a solution, because I think it's very hard, but if you can, I think that is maybe the way to like solve all of this, all of the difficulties people understandably have around how tough it is to like watch the show back, have this edit, have people respond to the edit, and then for some reason tell you, to your face how they're responding to you in the moment, which is a lot.
Yeah, I read everything, and I thought Twitter would be like a wild place, but there's lots of great people on Twitter who are very kind. And I read everything on Reddit, but despite like Mark and Simon saying, don't go there, Zara, it's an evil place. But I mean, I kind of...
No, not to the Redditors though who were asking for this though. We love you. Thank
You
you.
can always find some good in amongst the 1,500 comments. Like there was always people defending me or saying, no, I think, good for her. And I'd really love seeing her game. Yeah, so I agree. There's always people who are in your corner, even if there's also people who aren't. But it makes it hard when it comes out too, like with the edit that AJ got, and everyone's like, that guy's your best friend? Like, how? And I'm just like, that is not representative of the person that AJ is. So yeah, it's hard for us as well.
Yeah. Yeah, you see it, I think, so much agency going on the show. We talk about agency a lot in the show, but it's like ceding agency to production, ceding agency to the editors, and then the public to just be chill about it, you know? And the podcasters who we should not be listening to. Like, I can't imagine how hard that is. Like, as a control freak myself, I think I would really, really struggle. Like, yeah, I mean, I struggle a lot about like how I'm perceived, and I have so much control over how I'm perceived. And even then, I can't control how people choose to perceive me, and like having that other layer of like how you are funneled out to the nation and then perceived. Very tough. Very tough. We don't speak enough about it, about how hard that must be for the players. And like that's why I'm like so grateful for this cast, because again, the grace within that you guys have had for me, for the podcast, for the experience within how difficult that is something I know I really appreciate, and that like more people should be applauding. I'm applauding it because I think, yeah, it just shows character, and I don't think I would be that gracious. So I think it's amazing. Thank you as well for like, yeah, for your grace, and the whole cast is amazing. But yeah, I feel like, did we get there 24 plus hours into the deep dives? I think we did. I think we've learned a lot about the season that the show for some reason refused to tell us.
Yes, yeah. I mean, you're right. It was very nuanced. I'm incredibly lucky that I got to go out with that cast as well. Like, what a cast, and so happy that I ended up on the brains as well. But yeah, I think as well with all the online stuff, it's all the little things that people decide to comment on. Like with me, people were saying as if you'd go out to the jungle in a Camilla dress, and I would think, do you think that that was my idea? Like, do you think that I was dying to go out in a Camilla dress? Like that was the first option that I thought would be a great idea out of my wardrobe. Like it actually didn't even come from my wardrobe. I bought it, but and even at the start, when they're trying to investigate who you are as a person, and with me, they were like, oh, well, she obviously knows nothing about Survivor because she doesn't follow Survivor people on Instagram. And I'm like, my Instagram is about fashion. It's not, I don't like, I run marathons as well. I don't follow Kipchoge. It's fashion. So, yeah, it's all these assumptions and little things that people say about you. And I think one of the most interesting things for me too was that I've been told my whole life that I'm blunt. And, now I got to see it in action on TV. And I'm like, wow, I really am blunt. Like that scene when Miles says, oh, I really want to get the postgraduates back together. And I'm like, why? And in my head, I'm just very kindly asking for more information. Like in my head, that's me going, oh, what an interesting idea, Miles. Like, could you explain further? But that's not what I say. So I can definitely see now why people call me blunt. But Karen and I were talking about this on the weekend where it's like, but just because you can now see something, it doesn't mean I want to change that, because to know me is to love me. And that is how I am. So it is what it is.
Yeah, I mean, look, and I'm sure the audience are always very chill about an outspoken, blunt woman, and it's something that society is very comfortable with. So,
Totally.
yeah, I think that I'm sure that went very well. But and we talked about that as well. There's like the gendered aspect of like when people had reactions to that, it's like, but honest, and I don't, and I'm not. That's like not pulling the card every time, but like genuinely, it just would be different if a man was blunt. It's just simply
Yeah.
different, and it's just like that's again the way that people are going to understand and perceive you, and it's hard to wear that. Like I think it's hard to, like, it's an interesting societal comment. It's hard to be the person like at the center of it when people are having those kind of perceptions. So yeah, I mean, I really love this chat, and like I it's like as you said, like and I saw you had notes, and I saw like the lawyer thing come out. I love someone who's reading the rule book, who's making notes. I love a note maker. Like note makers are my people. I'm a note maker, although at this point, honestly, I'm not even really looking at my notes because this deep dive is like, yeah, even I'm like, wait, where are we in my notes? And I'm just like, so now when we all got to the final 7 that I was in, yeah, but Zara, where can people find this Instagram that you have that's now a little bit more Survivor based? Where can people follow everything that you're doing in your life online? But now, as
Um,
we talk about online, to be kind, to be wonderful to you.
yes, yeah, kind comments only accepted. So my
Yeah.
Instagram is stylish Sheba. My husband's nickname for me is Sheba, like you're the queen of Sheba. You think you're the queen of Sheba, so that's where that came from. And then my Twitter, I think, is Z Callianiotis, which I really only created to interact with Miles and Karen during the season. So hopefully, I might start putting some more content back up there. Maybe when Survivor 50 comes out, that becomes interesting.
Yeah. Well, also AUV World, so a lot of Survivor coming out that I'm sure will be getting a lot of content for. And everyone who was on Reddit saying they wanted a Zara deep dive, reach out to Zara about how much you loved the deep dive, okay? We had it, and I think it was great. I'm so happy we got to get this perspective and talk through the nuances of the move because, as I said, I think it was a really interesting game. There's so many complexities there, and I feel like it was really fun to chat it through. I also have had the 24 hours of deep dives. AJ, Miles, Laura, Logan, Karen, you. That's it. Yeah, I think we're done. I'm like, are we? I don't know. Yes, I think we're done. I think. Anyway, follow me at Shannon Gates. You never know when another deep dive is gonna drop. The season will go on forever. AUV World is happening soon. Survivor 48 is happening. I just did a little bit of a pre-finale deep dive in and of itself of the last few weeks that I was away with Dino. I'll have a finale recap with Jacques. Really fun time with Dino. Recommend checking that out. We know globalsurvivor.com for all of this content so you don't miss it. Zara, is there anything else that you want the listeners to know?
No, thanks for a great season, everyone. I really appreciated everyone watching and all the comments, good and bad.
No, not the bad ones, just the good ones. Thank you to everyone who has listened to this. Thank you to our team behind the scenes. Thank you, Zara, so much. And I will see you guys next time. Bye.
This is RHAP. We know reality TV.